Chapter 2300. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Annihilation. That damnable annihilation organization. Apart from them, there was no one else. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. Previously, Yi Xian had led Plum Valley Manor to deal a heavy blow to that mysterious organization. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that the mysterious organization had already left. Even if they were to take revenge on the Maple region, they would not be too strong. But who would have thought that annihilation had actually massacred 2/3 of the people of the Maple region? That was in front of a few dozen realms. At the very least, there were tens of millions of people. So many people. Those who had fought against annihilation were only a portion of them. Many of the others were actually innocent at all. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian could not care less. He immediately requested to use the teleportation array and rushed toward the Maple region. His first goal was naturally to check out Plum Valley Manor. That was because Yi Xian knew that Plum Valley Manor would most likely become the first target of the mysterious organization. By the time Yi Xian rushed over, sure enough, the Plum Valley Villa had already disappeared. Those who believed in Yi Xian had also been massacred. This was something Yi Xian could not accept. Yi Xian quickly searched through the wreckage of Plum Valley Manor. He hoped to find 1 or 2 survivors and understand what had happened. Fortunately, Yi Xian found them. A total of 5 people. 2 had their hands and feet cut off, and 3 had lost their eyes. Furthermore, their godheads had already been destroyed, so they were nothing more than cripples waiting to die. These 5 people were deliberately left behind by the mysterious organization. Good, very good, very good. Annihilation, Yi Xian, will not live under the same sky as you. Yi Xian was infuriated. Most of the people of Plum Valley Manor had already believed in Yi Xian, treating Yi Xian as their protector. They had even continuously proclaimed how powerful Yi Xian was to the outside world. But now, the entire manor was left with only 5 useless people. QWPM system, heal them. Yi Xian's hands glowed faintly. This was the healing ability he had obtained from the Divine Blossom Sword Servants. Yi Xian wanted to treat the 5 of them. After all, if Yi Xian did not care about them, only death would await them. Lord Emissary, don't waste your energy. It's useless. We were crippled by the ancient Yao God and have long lost all of our aptitude and foundation. There's no way to repair it. One of them shouted at Yi Xian. He had lost both his arms and legs. Usually, he could only rely on another person who had lost his eyes to carry him around. When Yi Xian had arrived, they hadn't been able to sense him due to their lack of spiritual force. However, he had been able to see him because he had eyes. What did you say? An ancient demon god? That's right, Lord Emissary. It's better if you don't care about us. You should quickly report to the god domain. The ancient demon god has reappeared. I'm afraid there will be a great calamity. These guys are collecting totem beasts to revive the ancient demon god. This time, they've massacred so many of our people in order to hold the blood sacrifice of the monster god. Damn it! Yi Xian suddenly punched out, but stopped mid-air. Yi Xian knew that the 5 people in front of him, who had lost their divine spark, were very weak. It could be said that even if Yi Xian's aura changed slightly, he could still shock them to death. Alright, I know what to do. I'll send you to a place now. There, I might have a way to heal you. Don't resist. I'll send you there now. Yi Xian was, of course, referring to the devouring space. In the devouring space, Yi Xian was confident that he could heal them. Even if he couldn't, he could protect their souls from being destroyed. After all, these 5 people were the last 5 people left in Plum Valley Mountain Manor. After putting the 5 people into the devouring space, Yi Xian couldn't calm his anger for a long time. It had to be said that Mo Baijing was lucky, because they had also had an ancient Yao god resurrected. However, the Annihilation Organization had taken the ancient Yao god and left without taking revenge on Mo Baijing. Otherwise, the current situation in Mo Baijing would be a reflection of the current situation in Maple. After all, there were still people in Mo Baijing that Yi Xian cared about. The people of the 5th Hall, Mo Shang's training camp, Ling Xian Court, and so on. In Yi Xian's heart, these people were the people he had to protect. This won't do. Looks like I have to think of a way to return to Mo Beijing. I can only rest assured if I leave behind enough backup plans. Of course, although that was what Yi Xian thought, he couldn't do anything about it. The distance of 3 million realms was no joke. Plus, there were countless obstacles along the way, as well as countless chief god domains. If Yi Xian wanted to go over, at least given his current strength, he wouldn't be able to get there quickly. Therefore, Yi Xian could only put this idea aside for the time being. And now, the most important thing for Yi Xian was to find the hiding place of the Annihilation Organization, then exterminate them and avenge the people of Maple. However, after gathering information for several days, Yi Xian realized that he couldn't get the information he wanted here at all. Since that was the case, Yi Xian couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Yi Xian gathered the people and built a new city in Maple. Yi Xian named it Maple City, and more than half of the survivors moved here. Yi Xian also spent a large portion of his resources to set up several permanent defense seals here. It could be said that anyone below mid-level Divine Lord could forget about breaking into Maple City. The people were very fond of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian gained a large amount of faith points. But Yi Xian didn't care about that. What he cared about was how to find the people of the Annihilation Organization and avenge the people of Maple. At the same time, he wanted to prevent the Annihilation Organization from continuing to harm the Kunlun Divine Domain. Although Yi Xian didn't know what the people of the Annihilation Organization wanted to do with this demon god blood sacrifice. But Yi Xian knew in his heart that it couldn't be anything good. In the Kunlun Divine Domain, there were also organizations that made a living by providing information. Of course, such organizations were usually hidden in special places. This time, the city that Yi Xian was going to was the core of the entire Kunlun Divine Domain. It was where Mi Fu lived. Under normal circumstances, people like to call it the Divine Master's Palace, because everything there was to serve the Divine Master, Mi Fu. But the Divine Master's Palace was also where the headquarters of various forces in the Kunlun Divine Domain were located. After all, where in the entire Kunlun Divine Domain could be safer than the Divine Master's residence? Yi Xian had actually been here once before, but that time he was brought here directly. So, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to see what this city looked like. But this time, Yi Xian was going there of his own accord. Naturally, he would see many things that he hadn't seen before. The moment Yi Xian arrived, his first reaction was that it was powerful. Chapter 2301. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation over gods such as godlords, god kings, and god emperors could be found everywhere on the streets. Even the patrolling guards were powerhouses with titles. In this place, Yi Xian, a mere upper-level true god realm cultivator, seemed so ordinary. Even a divine fruit on the streets seemed to have a higher cultivation than Yi Xian. This was the Divine Master Palace. This was the core of the Kunlun God Domain. And this was the foundation of the Kunlun God Domain. Yi Xian would not waste too much time in these places. Instead, he headed straight for his target. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGDQWPM. Before he came, he had already made some inquiries. There were many different kinds of organizations here. Among them, there was a place called the Intelligence Alliance. There, one could use their own information or resources to exchange for the information they wanted. Yi Xian did not have valuable information here, but he could use his resources to exchange for it. The Intelligence Alliance was located in a tall tower. Although it only had 99 floors, it was not too shabby. Yi Xian walked straight in. Without saying anything, he went to the place where the Intelligence Alliance was located. Hello. What information do you need? The people who came here naturally had information, such as the whereabouts of specific divine beasts, the location of a certain person, the strength of a certain force, and so on. As long as you could give the corresponding return, then the Intelligence Alliance would get the information you wanted for you. I need information on the massacre in the Frontline Maple region. Also, I want to know where the faction that massacred the Frontline Maple region is hiding. Yi Xian did not mention the annihilation of the organization directly. After all, annihilation of an organization was a taboo. It was a taboo that many did not even dare to mention. Moreover, most people did not even know of the existence of such an organization. If Yi Xian were to mention the annihilation of an organization here, he would only be noticed by others. All right, please wait a moment. That person replied to Yi Xian with a single word, then used a secret sound transmission to send out a message. Yi Xian did not have to wait too long. A divine talisman was delivered to that person. This is the information you want. There are some memory fragments that have been sorted out. Also, there is a rough guess of where that mysterious organization is hiding. However, the information is only 60% accurate. 60% accuracy? That should be enough. As for the remaining 40%, Yi Xian would have to find it himself. All right, I'll take this information. Tell me, how many divine crystals? Haha. Isn't young Master Yi Xian making fun of my intelligence alliance? Since young Master Yi Xian wants to take revenge for Maple Region, what's the big deal about my intelligence alliance sending a bit of information? Yi Xian frowned slightly. From this person's words, Yi Xian could tell a lot of things. First of all, they knew he was Yi Xian and even knew the purpose of his information. That meant that they had information about him. You have also collected information about me? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Haha, young Master Yi Xian really knows how to joke. Even if our intelligence alliance doesn't need to collect your information, we would still be able to find out. Who doesn't know that when you challenged the ranking board for the first time, you directly entered the Luan rankings and even destroyed 3 powerful challengers in a row, leaving everyone else speechless. Also, with your identity as one of the 3 grandmasters and your monstrous genius title, even if our intelligence alliance does not want to collect information about you, your information will still spread everywhere. So that was the case. Yi Xian also understood that the trouble he had stirred up during this period of time was really easy to remember. Therefore, this person was right. Even if they did not collect information about him, Yi Xian, it would still spread everywhere. Yi Xian casually took out 100,000 divine crystals, put them into an interspatial ring, and threw it on the counter. I don't like to owe people favors, so I'll buy this information. With that, Yi Xian turned and walked out. After he walked to a secluded place, Yi Xian took out the divine talisman. This divine talisman was different from the one Yi Xian made. After all, Yi Xian's divine talisman inheritance came from the divine talisman clan. Yi Xian scanned it with his mind and began to extract the contents of the divine talisman. This was a divine talisman pieced together by memory fragments. It recorded all the battles he had fought. As it turned out, the Intelligence Alliance had many people in the entire Kunlun Divine Territory. Most of these people did not have high cultivation bases. In order to obtain some cultivation resources, they carried a special talisman of the Intelligence Alliance with them. This talisman did not have any other functions except to transmit everything it saw back to the Intelligence Alliance headquarters. Of course, the disciples of the major forces would definitely disdain such people. However, this was one of the main sources of information for the Intelligence Alliance. For example, the divine talisman in Yi Xian's hand now. It was precisely because of such people that those small talismans did not cost much to begin with. Even if they lost them, the Intelligence Alliance could still accept it. However, the information was already in their hands. During the battles, what Yi Xian saw the most was a type of ugly divine beast. Perhaps it could no longer be called a divine beast. This was a divine beast whose entire body was covered in black fog. However, it had 2 hands and 2 feet. If one only looked at its outline, one would think that it was a human. This divine beast could change its size. Of course, its specific combat strength could not be seen in this divine talisman. After all, this divine talisman could only record intermittent images. Usually, the first time the divine beast attacked, the images would be interrupted. However, Yi Xian could be sure that this was probably the ancient demon god that the Annihilation Organization had been resurrecting. Although Yi Xian could not see how it looked like a demon god no matter how he looked. In the later images, Yi Xian saw that some people from the Annihilation Organization were taken into a strange place. Yi Xian knew that these people were captured for blood sacrifice. However, that place was quite strange because it was impossible to tell where it was from the images. The divine realm had 10 suns alternating, and the so-called night was only equivalent to dusk. It was impossible for true night to appear. However, in the images it was indeed night. According to the images, those from the Annihilation Organization did not leave the Maple region. In other words, there was a secret stronghold of the Annihilation Organization in the Maple region. It was very likely that it was an independent mystic realm. Yi Xian steadied his mind. He knew that if it was an independent mystic realm, he would not be able to gain much by going there alone. However, Yi Xian still decided to take a look. Soon, Yi Xian set off for the Maple region again. This time, his goal was to find the mysterious stronghold of the Annihilation Organization. Because Yi Xian had built Maple City and moved half of the people of the Maple region, the remaining half were scattered throughout the entire Maple region. Therefore, this place seemed unusually empty. Yi Xian passed by several cities, villages, and mountain villas, but there was no one at all. Chapter 2302. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian's carriage slowed down as he surveyed the ruined Maple territory. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. To be honest, Yi Xian felt a little sad. That damned Annihilation Organization. Although Yi Xian knew from the start that Annihilation Organization's goal was to destroy the Celestial Realm, Yi Xian only truly understood what destruction was when he saw their evil deeds. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped his carriage and walked out. He wanted to see who these people were. Yes, this is a big fish. Look, the treasure in his hand is definitely not ordinary. If we capture him this time, we will definitely be rewarded. Everyone, let's go together and capture this brat to receive the reward. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that before he could say anything, the people opposite him had already attacked him crazily. Ding! System notification. Target set. Best low profound god realm. Lowest true celestial realm. They actually wanted to fight Yi Xian with such low cultivation? Were these people crazy? 6 syllables mantra. Wound. Yi Xian waved his hand and a mysterious power was instantly activated. In an instant, the dozens of people opposite him fell to the ground at the same time. Many of them coughed out blood, obviously severely injured. Yi Xian walked forward step by step. His invincible posture made the hearts of those people tremble. Speak. Who are you people? Why did you attack me? Yi Xian asked indifferently. Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of these people. He didn't kill them because he wanted to know what they wanted to do. Senior, please spare us. Please spare us. We failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive us. Yi Xian could defeat them all with a wave of his hand. How could these people not understand that Yi Xian was an existence that they couldn't afford to provoke? Therefore, at this moment, they were all kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to admit their mistakes. Answer my question. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to these people and continued to ask, Senior, please spare my life. This lowly one will speak. This lowly one will tell you everything. We were originally disciples of the Lin Feng sect, but after we were captured by those people, they planted a mysterious poison in our bodies. If we don't capture new people and send them over, then they won't give us the antidote. That's right. Senior, you have to take the antidote once a year. If you don't take it, you'll feel excruciating pain. Furthermore, if you take it 3 times in a row, you'll turn into a pool of blood. Even your soul will be destroyed. Yi Xian frowned. Such a vicious poison and such a despicable method could only come from the extermination organization. Is this the reason why you're going around arresting people? In any case, all of you were once disciples of the Lin Feng sect. The Lin Feng sect has always represented the Lin Feng region and is also the strongest force in the Lin Feng region. Could it be that they nurtured disciples like you? Those people didn't dare to reply. They knew that Yi Xian had the ability to kill all of them. Senior, you may not know, but the Lin Feng sect only exists in name. All the elders and above, including the sect leader, have been sacrificed to the Black Divine Beast. We have no other choice. No other choice? Do you think I'll let you off just because you said that? Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. If these people knew how to repent, perhaps Yi Xian would have spared them and given them a chance to live. However, since they didn't repent and only knew how to shirk their responsibilities, then what was the use of Yi Xian keeping them? Since your sect leader has been sacrificed, then you should go and accompany your sect leader. Yi Xian waved his hand and Wei Jintian controlled the god-slaying sword and rushed out. It was an instant kill without any suspense. In front of Yi Xian, these people didn't have the slightest ability to resist. When Yi Xian collected these people's interspatial rings, he realized that these people's resources had all been plundered by the Annihilation Organization. Most of them only had some clothes in their interspatial rings. They didn't even have any extra Dharma treasures or resources. It could be said that as gods, they were really disgraced by the fact that they could be so poor. However, wasn't all this the work of the Annihilation Organization? Yi Xian only felt disdain for these people. However, he hated the Annihilation Organization. After dealing with this group of people, Yi Xian continued to move forward. At the same time, he had the system maintain detection mode at all times. After all, Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be attacked suddenly. However, Yi Xian's worries were quickly confirmed. In fact, how could the people of the Lin Feng sect not be restrained? Their auras had always been controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Therefore, from the moment they were collectively killed, the Annihilation Organization had sent out their experts. Yi Xian was carefully moving forward when the system's alarm suddenly sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. Ding! The system has automatically taken over the defense authorization. Ding! Crisis averted. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack by a powerful enemy. The host is advised to evade immediately. The series of alarms and the sudden attack made Yi Xian unable to react in time. The attack had come too suddenly. It had appeared without warning. It was only after Yi Xian was sent flying that he saw the attacker clearly. It was a mysterious person dressed entirely in black. In his hand was a long whip that looked like a snake. Was it a long whip? Because this Dharma treasure did look like a whip. Was it a snake? However, it was also because the whip clearly had a high-level weapon spirit. Even without the control of its master, it continued to move. And the thing that had attacked Yi Xian was the long whip. Just now, the long whip had attacked Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. The mysterious person's appearance had also been so silent. System. Detect that person's cultivation level. Ding. System notification. Target is high-class Divine Lord. Ding! System notification. The host is advised to evade immediately. The host is advised to evade immediately. High-class Divine Lord. Yi Xian could feel his palms sweating. Could Yi Xian defeat such an enemy? Absolutely impossible. It could be said that a high-class Divine Lord was enough to kill Yi Xian in a second. System. Activate the wings of the god's teleportation ability. Flee! Flee! Yi Xian had to flee because such an enemy was not someone he could deal with right now. If this guy was a mid-class Divine Lord, then perhaps Yi Xian could rely on the restrictions and divine talismans to fight a battle with him. He might even have a chance of winning. However, this guy was a high-class Divine Lord. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a high-class true immortal. If he really attacked, he would be courting death. Following Yi Xian's command, the system did not delay and activated the wings of the god's teleportation ability. QWPM at the moment, the wings of the god's energy had only accumulated 0.1%. With such a small amount of energy, Yi Xian could only teleport a mere 100,000 miles. Chapter 2303. However, Yi Xian couldn't care less. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. Once he was teleported, he immediately fled without looking back. Boom! Yi Xian had just left when the whip in the mysterious man's hand struck the spot where Yi Xian had just been standing. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was shattered. None of the creatures within had the slightest chance of survival. This was the power of a superior Divine Lord. A casual strike was so powerful. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop. He used all his speed. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the mysterious man, Yi Xian's speed was too weak. He didn't even move. He just waved his whip casually. 100,000 miles. 100,000 miles. Yi Xian had used the teleportation ability of the wings of the gods to travel 100,000 miles. But in the eyes of the mysterious man, it was just a casual swing of the whip. Rumble. One whip. Just one whip. But it left a huge valley here. It was actually carved out by the power of the whip. The mysterious man didn't say anything. He just looked at Yi Xian mockingly, waving the whip in his hand from time to time. However, every time he waved the whip, he gave Yi Xian a destructive pressure. What should I do? Yi Xian was anxious. The system kept sending out warnings, but there was nothing he could do. QWPM, could it be that Yi Xian, was going to die here today? Impossible. He was Yi Xian. He was the invincible Yi Xian. How could he die in a place like this? Yi Xian looked ahead and stopped in his tracks. This was because this was a void. This was where the borders were. The borders of every territory were either the battlefields of the sovereigns or the void. Now, there were only two choices in front of Yi Xian. The first was to enter the endless void. The second was to wait for death. Ding! System notification. A special mystic realm has been detected. Does the host wish to enter? A special mystic realm? This wasn't the endless void. The system notification was like manna from the heavens. One had to know that entering the endless void was no different from death. Now, the system was telling Yi Xian that there was a mystic realm in front of him. Yi Xian had no reason to hesitate. He immediately rushed over. That's right, Yi Xian didn't know what was in the mystic realm. Could be said that he could very well die if he entered. However, between the two choices of certain death, there was a possibility of not dying. This was already the final choice. When the mysterious person saw Yi Xian actually dive into the endless void, he was stunned for a moment before turning around and leaving. This was because no one could return alive after entering the endless void. Therefore, he was already certain that Yi Xian would definitely die. First, there was darkness, endless darkness. Then, there were multicolored streams of light, dazzling streams of light. In the end, a door appeared, a shining door. Yi Xian stepped in. However, the scene in front of him shocked him. In the void, countless broken palaces were scattered everywhere. Under the support of a mysterious power, these buildings maintained their original appearance and remained motionless. Where was this place? Yi Xian had countless doubts in his heart. What was this mystic realm? System. Can you detect where this is? Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to detect. Although Yi Xian was mentally prepared, he was still slightly disappointed when he heard the system notification. Although Yi Xian didn't know where this was, he was certain of one thing. Whether it was the architectural style or the materials used, this was not the style of the current god realm. Some of the materials were materials that even Yi Xian had never seen before. Then what was this place? Suddenly, an incomparably vast and powerful aura swept over. It was as if a peerless powerhouse was spying on Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't move his body at all. In just a moment, he was imprisoned by this powerful aura. Then, a ray of light descended on Yi Xian's body, as if it wanted to examine Yi Xian carefully. That ray of light kept moving around Yi Xian's body. The ray of light lasted for a long time, carefully examining every part of Yi Xian's body. Suddenly, an incomparably enormous figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Along with this illusory figure was a system notification. Ding! System notification. The host has discovered a Dharma idol that can be fused with the bloodline of Wanzun. Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither. Ding! System notification. The host can directly fuse Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol with Wanzun's bloodline. Ding! System notification. If the host chooses to fuse with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol, the host will automatically accept Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission. Ding! System notification. Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission is mandatory. Once it starts, it must be completed within this mystic realm. Otherwise, it cannot be left. The series of system notifications made Yi Xian hesitate. The system had said that if he didn't complete Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission, he couldn't leave at all. In other words, this mission wouldn't be so simple to complete. Yi Xian could choose not to accept it and ignore Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. However, this was the first time a fusion Dharma idol had appeared since Yi Xian had obtained the bloodline of Wan Zun. In fact, Yi Xian had always wondered why the bloodline of Wan Zun, which had fused with the demigod-level sword god bloodline and the demigod-level battle god bloodline, was so weak. It was only now that Yi Xian realized that it was the bloodline of Wan Zun. The truly powerful one was Wan Zun. For example, Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither could be fused with Wan Zun's bloodline by Yi Xian. Once fused, Yi Xian could summon Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol at any time to suppress the enemy. Therefore, the truly powerful one was Wan Zun, not the bloodline. Could be said that Yi Xian had misunderstood the meaning of Wan Zun's bloodline from the beginning. So, should he fuse with it now? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xian finally gritted his teeth and decided to fuse with it. This was because Yi Xian didn't know when such an opportunity would appear again. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't willing to let it go. System: fuse with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully fused with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. Ding! System automatically accepts Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission. Ding! Tension host. The mystic realm is reopening. Host, please be prepared. Reopening? What did that mean? However, before Yi Xian could ask, the entire mystic realm suddenly underwent a huge change. The broken buildings were actually fusing together at an extremely fast speed. The earth appeared, the sky appeared, and human figures appeared one by one. This ability could be called Repairing the World. Chapter 2304. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! System notification. Please take note that Grand Sovereign Guqin is a super existence that surpasses the Overgod realm. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. A million years ago, Grand Sovereign Guqin established his own secret realm world, which is the world that the host is looking at now. However, a huge change ushered in destruction. In order to protect his people, Grand Sovereign Guqin used his life to borrow the laws of time and temporarily suspended this space. At the same time, he used a space-time secret treasure to activate a special ability, space-time reversal. Everything that the host is seeing now is a scene from a million years ago. The host has 1 year to prepare. After a year, it will usher in destruction again. Whether the host saves this secret realm or is trapped in it forever depends on the host's ability. Ding! Host, please take note that Grand Sovereign Guqin has given the host the status of young sovereign. The host has the right to use all the resources in the secret realm. Ding! Host, please go to the Venerable Temple immediately. The latest news will arrive soon. What was going on? QWPM Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. Space-time reversal? Mysterious attack? Most importantly, he had become the master of this secret realm and had to come to save it. What was going on? Did Grand Sovereign Guqin trust him so much? What if he failed? Yi Xian had reason to guess that even Grand Sovereign Guqin could only use a big move like space-time reversal once. Was he betting everything on Yi Xian? Of course, no matter what, this was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. Therefore, what Yi Xian had to do now was to complete this task. System, what is the difference between the flow of time here and the outside world? Ding! System notification. This secret realm's time is in a forbidden state. Forbidden time. Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Just what kind of expert was Grand Sovereign Guqin? How could he have such powerful strength? Of course, since Yi Xian had accepted this task, he had to complete it. This secret realm, which had been lifeless and dilapidated a moment ago, had now been restored to its appearance from a million years ago. The streets were filled with people. No one knew what was going to happen, let alone what had happened in the past. This mystic realm had been destroyed long ago, but Grand Monarch Ancient Qin had used his life as the price to make it all over again. Now, it was up to Yi Xian to see if he could save this secret realm. Young sovereign, please return to the venerable temple. News. There is translation. There seems to be an action from the Heaven sect. The Heaven sect was the main sect, the Heaven, and was the main enemy of Yi Xian. Was translation. Calm. This was also an ancient sect with incomparably powerful strength. It was even much stronger than the ancient Zither mystery dimension. Is translation. System is translation. Is translation is hand translation. Ding. System notification. Within this secret realm, any attack by the host will be deemed invalid because the host is currently in the state of time traveler. Time traveler? Yi Xian frowned slightly. At first, he did not understand the meaning of these words, but he quickly reacted. This was because these things had happened 1,000,000 years ago. In other words, unless Yi Xian could change the ending of the ancient Zither mystery dimension 1,000,000 years ago, they were simply nothingness. This was the restriction of time law. Simply put, everything that happened in the ancient Zither secret realm was a real illusion. If Yi Xian could change the ending 1,000,000 years ago, then the ancient Zither mystery realm could be repaired and started anew. But if Yi Xian did not change the outcome, then all of this would really happen. Furthermore, Yi Xian had already been pulled into this time vortex. Once he failed, Yi Xian would also disappear at the same time. Could even be said that he had completely disappeared. Even those who knew Yi Xian in the outside world could not possibly remember him. This was the highest embodiment of the law of time. It could be said that it was not a method that ordinary people could understand. In short, Yi Xian now only had one path, and that was to save this place. Moreover, he could only give orders and use the manpower and material resources in this secret realm to save everything here. He himself could not directly participate in the battle. Yi Xian quickly came to the Hall of Venerables. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that his appearance had changed. In other words, Yi Xian had simply possessed the real Shao Zun from 1,000,000 years ago. Shao Zun, the Venerable One, sent a message saying that the Enlightenment sect wants to attack us. The Venerable One is trapped by the cultivators of the Enlightenment sect and cannot escape. According to the Venerable One's orders, we will listen to the Shao Zun's orders and resist the attack of the Enlightenment sect. This scene might have really happened 1,000,000 years ago, but 1,000,000 years ago the Shao Zun had failed. Then, could the Yi Xian 1,000,000 years later succeed? System. What are the cultivations of these people? Ding. System prompt. This is a special secret realm. The system is unable to detect the cultivations. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He did not even know the cultivations. How was Yi Xian supposed to arrange this? Shao Zun. Shao Zun? Just as Yi Xian was thinking, someone cautiously called out to Yi Xian. It turned out that when Yi Xian was thinking, he looked like he was in a daze to those people. How long until the people of the Enlightenment sect arrive here? Yi Xian asked the cultivator. Shao Zun. According to the intelligence, the Enlightenment sect's troops are expected to arrive in our ancient Zither realm within 3 days. Their vanguard has already begun to attack the only transmission array between us and the outside world. Qin De and Qin Ini have already led people to support us. The person replied respectfully. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then directly ordered, have all of them withdraw and mobilize their forces to guard the entrance of the secret realm. Yes. Shao Zun. Although those people did not understand why Yi Xian had made such an arrangement, they quickly moved after Yi Xian gave the order. In 3 days, the enemy would attack, and it had been a year since the destruction. So what had happened in that year? If they followed normal logic, it would definitely not work. After all, the ancient Zither secret realm had already been destroyed once. Since the ancient Zither Supreme Sovereign had not hesitated to use his life to reverse time and space, it was certain that this was not an unsolvable situation. But what was the key to the key? What had caused the destruction of this place? Yi Xian quickly pondered. He still remembered the appearance of the ancient Zither secret realm when he had first entered. It had been shattered, and everything had been destroyed by an incomparably powerful force. The earth had collapsed, and the sky was dark. In other words, that force was extremely powerful. Then, what kind of force could destroy a secret realm in an instant? Was it an expert? Chapter 2305. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation also. If it was really the work of an invincible super expert, then Grand Venerable Ancient Qin would not have left any of this behind. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGDQWPM. This was because if it was the work of a super expert who even Grand Venerable Ancient Qin himself could not deal with, then he would not have left it behind a million years later to rely on Yi Xian, a mere true immortal stage cultivator, to save it. In other words, perhaps the crisis this time could not be resolved simply by relying on strength to kill the enemy. Yi Xian frowned as he analyzed the situation. Now everything seemed so confusing. What was the answer? What was the key to saving the ancient Zither mystery dimension? When the Enlightenment sect finally started to attack, Yi Xian was even more certain that it could not be solved through battle. This was because the enemy was actually not strong. Because of the restrictions, Yi Xian could not check the cultivation of those people at all. However, in terms of numbers, the ancient Zither mystery dimension had a crushing advantage. As for the combat strength of the two sides, there was not much difference. At the entrance of the mystery dimension, more than 3,000 people from the ancient Zither mystery dimension had defeated the attack of more than 10,000 people from the Enlightenment sect. In the next half a year, the people from the Enlightenment sect could not break through the entrance of the mystery dimension. Time passed day by day, and the time of destruction was getting closer and closer. During this time, Yi Xian personally looked at almost every line of defense in the ancient Zither mystery dimension. It could be said that the ancient Zither mystery dimension could not be broken through by relying on the restrictions. Yi Xian thought of countless possibilities, but they were all rejected by him one by one. No matter what possibility Yi Xian thought of, there was always one thing that could not happen, and that was the destruction of the mystery dimension. Yi Xian personally went to the front line to see the battle of these people. Although they were very strong, even if the attack power of both sides was concentrated, there was still the power of the mystery dimension. In other words, war was not the cause of the destruction of the ancient Zither mystery dimension. Then what else could it be besides war? On this day, Yi Xian was still thinking about this problem when suddenly, someone came to the Venerable Hall. This person was so excited that he shouted as soon as he entered. Young Venerable, it's a success. A success. The super magic treasure we refined finally succeeded. Yi Xian remembered this person, but Yi Xian could not remember his name. But he knew that this person was a tool refining master, and he especially liked to make strange things. Oh, what super magic treasure did you refine? Yi Xian calmly asked. After all, no matter what it was, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to take it away. Young Venerable Master, Young Master, 5 Venerable, Master Ancient, Master Ancient, Master, Master Ancient Ancient Divine. Translation for Ancient Translation Mystery Translation as Ancient Translation Mystery Translation and Translation. E-Translation Master Ancient Translation Divine, Ancient Divine Ancient Translation. Ancient was that divine translation with the divine in at the last moment. Ancient self of its at its in the last moment. Ancient Venerable Ancient had ancient at it was divine. Ancient it ancient but ancient added on. So at that time we wondered if we could use a magic treasure to achieve such an effect. If we succeeded, wouldn't we be able to refine a super powerful magic treasure? It's been 500 years. We finally succeeded after 500 years. That person was extremely excited, but Yi Xian suddenly felt as if he had grasped something. Ever since this mission began, Yi Xian had been paying attention to the war. What kind of magic treasure suddenly appeared? If it was anyone else, they might have directly ignored it. However, Yi Xian was equivalent to a spectator as he watched everything unfold. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this self-destructing magic treasure instantly attracted Yi Xian's attention. Take me to see the magic treasure you refined, Yi Xian said to that person. Could be said that the war was still extremely intense. As the highest commander of the entire mystery dimension, Shao Zun of the past would never have gone to watch. However, Yi Xian insisted on taking a look. Very soon, Yi Xian was brought to a divine mountain. That person excitedly brought a round magic treasure to Yi Xian. Xiao Zun, please take a look. This is the self-destructing magic treasure we refined. However, it's not very powerful yet. It's only equivalent to the self-destruction of a true god. After some discussion, we plan to add in the power of laws. This way, the power of this self-destructing magic treasure will definitely increase countless times. Wait, what did you say you wanted to add in? Suddenly, Yi Xian's mind flashed as if he had grasped something. Add in the power of laws. We plan to add in the power of laws to the self-destructing magic treasure. This way, the power will definitely be astonishing. Add in the power of laws. Yes, this was it. The power of laws could be said to be the most mysterious power in the God realm. Once one entered the Godlord realm, the most important increase in strength was the comprehension of laws. There were many magic treasures that carried the power of laws, but one that could borrow the power of laws to self-destruct magic treasures had never been heard of. At least Yi Xian had never heard of such a thing. Wasn't the void zone between the chief gods' domains precisely because the ancient gods had wantonly used the power of laws to attack during the Great War, resulting in the formation of countless void zones that could not be returned to even now? And wasn't this ancient zither mystery dimension located at the edge of the void zone? Then could all of this be related? What was their connection? Laws. Yes, it was the power of laws. The power of laws was incomparably powerful. Everyone in the God realm could only borrow it but not control it. Now, such a thing that used the power of laws to self-destruct magic treasures had appeared. Then, without a doubt, there would definitely be unimaginable terrifying consequences. It was as if all the fog in front of Yi Xian had been cleared in an instant. The ancient zither mystery dimension was not destroyed by the enemy at all, but by their own destruction. It was these people who had created that incomparably powerful and uncontrollable self-destructing magic treasure that contained the power of laws. Even if only a little bit of the power of laws had been added, the self-destruction itself was uncontrollable. Who knew if it would cause a chain reaction? Moreover, Yi Xian looked at the posture of these people and did not look like people who would be satisfied with just a little bit of the power of laws. They would definitely do their best to self-destruct magic treasures that contained the most power of laws. It turned out that the ancient zither mystery dimension was destroyed by the hands of these lunatics. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he ordered loudly, "From today onwards, no one is to try to add the power of laws to self-destructing magic treasures. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy." Yi Xian's words were completely incomprehensible to those master craftsmen, but Yi Xian did not expect them to understand his meaning at all. Chapter 2306. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian directly called the guards and confiscated all the refining treasures of these people. At the same time, they were detained separately. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. If they wanted to die, they didn't want to drag Yi Xian down with them. In the following time, it could be said that Yi Xian was even more attentive to these guys than to the battlefield. Almost every few days, Yi Xian would send people and even personally check on those people before he was relieved. What law self-exploding treasures? This was simply a forbidden treasure. Unknowingly, the one-year deadline was up. On this day, the enemies in front suddenly all retreated. And then, an incomparably powerful pressure descended on the ancient zither mystery realm. However, at this time, Yi Xian found that he had returned to the five-colored space. Yi Xian knew that he had completed the task. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Ancient Zither Supreme's inheritance. Ding! System notification. The ancient zither mystery realm has crossed 1,000,000 years and reappeared in the realm of the gods. Ding! System notification. Under the suppression of the law, the ancient zither mystery realm is automatically bound and merged with the host's devour space. Ding! Fusion. The ancient zither mystery realm automatically joined the host's devour space. Ding! The host's devour space is merged with the ancient zither mystery realm, triggering the reset of the law of time. Ding! The host's law of time has changed. From now on, the time ratio of the devour space is shortened. 1 day in the outside world is 50 years in the devour space. The time ratio of 50,000 years was changed to 50 years in an instant. This ancient Zither mystery realm was really powerful. Ding, the devour space is automatically divided. The original space does not change, but the ancient Zither mystery realm automatically forms a new isolated area. The two spaces cannot be connected to each other, but the host can control anything in the two spaces at will. Ding, the ancient Zither mystery realm has a complete law chain. The host can obtain resources in the ancient Zither mystery realm in the future. Ding, system notification. Please note that due to the influence of the law, the host cannot directly obtain resources from the ancient Zither mystery realm in the devour space. Instead, the devour space will automatically extract them. If the host wants to obtain more resources, the environment of the ancient Zither mystery realm can be improved. Wasn't this reward too much? The ancient Zither mystery realm was given directly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This happiness came too suddenly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ancient Zither space was much more powerful than Yi Xian's devouring space. This was because this place had to produce resources. The ancient Zither space used to be a secret realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian had a secret realm as his resource storage point? Cool. This is simply too cool. To put it simply, Yi Xian's devouring space had been divided into two halves. The other half was the previous devouring space, and its functions had not changed. The other half was the ancient Zither space. Although Yi Xian could not interfere with any of its operations, it could provide unlimited resources for Yi Xian. Moreover, if Yi Xian obtained some special resources, he could add them to the ancient Zither space. From there, he would be able to obtain such resources in the future. Yi Xian's consciousness moved. Sure enough, the ancient Zither space was still functioning normally. However, Grand Sovereign Zither and Yi Xian were missing. However, before Yi Xian could recover from the pleasant surprise, the system gave him a new surprise. Ding! The host has obtained Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma idol. The Wan Zun bloodline special ability has been activated. From now on, the host can add certain targets to the Wan Zun bloodline. Once subdued, the host can summon the Dharma idol to assist in battle at any time. Ding! The host does not need to consume anything to summon the Dharma idol. However, each Dharma idol has a different cooldown time according to the host's strength. Ding! The cooldown time for Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma idol is 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by the 1,000-year cooldown. With such a long cooldown, how powerful was this great sovereign Qinggu? Of course, no matter how powerful Yi Xian was, he would not be stupid enough to use it now. Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma idol had become Yi Xian's greatest trump card. Of course, if there was a chance, Yi Xian would also collect other Dharma idols. After all, Yi Xian still had 9,999 empty slots that he could use. The Wan Zun bloodline. It turned out that this was the real Wan Zun bloodline. Yi Xian was very happy. Of course, there was no need for Yi Xian to stay in these ruins. Walking out of the ruins of the ancient Zither mystery dimension, Yi Xian did not say anything and rushed directly to the Kunlun territory. This was because Yi Xian could not guarantee that the mysterious man from before was still here. Although Yi Xian had integrated the ancient Zither space with the devouring space and the Wan Zun bloodline had activated the special attribute of Wan Zun, these all needed to be accumulated to increase his strength. With the current Yi Xian, it was impossible for him to be the mysterious man's opponent. However, Yi Xian did not know that when he entered the ancient Zither mystery dimension, the mysterious man had already determined that he would die, so he had already left. This time, he failed to investigate the Maple territory, but instead obtained the inheritance of the ancient Zither Grand Sovereign. For Yi Xian, this was a pleasant surprise. The matter of the Maple territory was not over yet, but Yi Xian was very clear that with his current strength, if he continued to investigate, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Therefore, Yi Xian had to temporarily return to the Kunlun territory to think of another way. In Yi Xian's mind, the best way was to let Miya come forward. After all, the Maple territory was also Miya's territory. Rather than let Yi Xian slowly investigate, it was better to let Miya send someone over. As long as Miya's people arrived, No matter how rampant the Annihilation Organization was, they would not dare to go against Mia. Although this may cause Yi Xian to temporarily lose clues to the Annihilation Organization, compared to the countless lives in the Maple Territory, Yi Xian did not care. Naturally, Yi Xian did not directly look for Mia. Instead, he planned to look for Miyu. Could be said that after entering the Kunlun territory, Yi Xian had not looked for Miyu. This time, when he really wanted to look for Miyu, he really did not know where to look. Fortunately, Miyu's identity was special. He could ask anyone and they would know her whereabouts. After asking, Yi Xian found out that Miyu was currently in the Ancient Sound Pavilion. The Ancient Sound Pavilion was a pavilion in the Kunlun territory that was relatively not very popular. After all, what was taught here was music. For most people, if they had the time to study music, they would rather cultivate. However, Miyu liked music. Because of this, the Ancient Sound Pavilion became one of the most popular pavilions in the Kunlun territory. Hey, isn't that Yi Xian? Why is he here? When Yi Xian walked into the Ancient Sound Pavilion, he was quickly recognized. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about what others thought. He directly walked towards the main pavilion. At this time, the elder in the Ancient Sound Pavilion was teaching music. The melodious sound of the zither was very pleasing to the ear. Even Yi Xian could not help but tremble slightly. Chapter 2307. Is this an illusion? Yi Xian was flabbergasted. He did not expect the rhythm to have such a use. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD Qiongyu, Bai Lu. How are the two of you doing with the 12 killing sounds? Elder. We are at the initial stage. Good, then the two of you will practice today. Yi Xian did not expect that there would be a good show on his first visit to the Ancient Sound Pavilion. The two girls in white took out their own treasures and arranged themselves in the Ancient Sound Pavilion's martial arts practice field. A battle was about to begin. The martial arts practice field was not as spacious as the arena, but it was specially reinforced with restrictions. It could be said that no one would be harmed if they were to practice inside. Senior sister, please. Junior sister, please. Yi Xian stood outside the martial arts practice field and watched the two girls' actions. The two of them took out their own rhythm treasures. Since they were using rhythm as a means of attack, they would naturally have special treasures. These treasures might be useless in the hands of ordinary people, but in the hands of sound experts, they were definitely lethal weapons. The senior sister had a gourd-like treasure in her hand, but as she blew on it with her divine power, the treasure emitted a 7-colored light. Accompanying the light was the sound of music. As for the junior sister, she was using a zither-like treasure. As she played, it was also pleasing to the ear. Of course, if one was deceived by the pleasing appearance, they would not even know how they died. When the music rang out, the entire martial arts practice field was filled with murderous intent. The sound transformed into divine weapons, demons, and demon generals. They constantly charged and killed. In an instant, the entire martial arts practice field had fallen into a great battle. With the two of them as the center, the rhythm of both sides intersected, and the battle was extremely dangerous. Most importantly, all of their attacks were ranged attacks. The places that the sound could reach were the places that they could attack. Moreover, it was an attack from all directions without any blind spots. The battle between the two of them had the effect of thousands of soldiers and horses. What a good sound attack! What a good ancient sound pavilion! It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't seen someone use sound as an attack before. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen someone use a sound divine ability like the Ancient Sound Pavilion. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that sound could also be used as a divine ability. Of course, Yi Xian's main purpose for coming here was to look for Miyu. So after watching the battle for a while, he went over to Miyu's side. It could be said that in the Kunlun realm, most of the people who knew about Yi Xian knew that he was acquainted with the princess, so no one found it strange that Yi Xian went to look for Miyu. Oh, it's you. Why do you have the time to look for me today? From the looks of it, Miyu seemed to be in a good mood. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Yi Xian looked around. There were too many people here, and Yi Xian did not know how powerful the Annihilation Organization was. Therefore, this was not a good place to talk. Your Highness, are you free now? Come with me, I have something I need to talk to you about. Yi Xian directly said to Miyu. It wasn't the first time the two had met, so there was no need to be so polite. Where are we going? Miyu looked at Yi Xian in confusion, but still stood up and followed Yi Xian outside. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of many people. Among them, there were several eyes filled with killing intent. Miyu's identity was special. After entering the Kunlun realm, Yi Xian had not looked for Miyu. But today he took the initiative to look for Miyu, so he was undoubtedly looking for trouble. Alright, let's do it here. You guys keep a lookout. Yes, Your Highness. Miyu didn't understand Yi Xian's temper, but she knew that Yi Xian wouldn't look for her for no reason. Speak, what's the matter? Yi Xian looked at Miyu, then casually threw out a restriction that blocked his spiritual will before speaking to Miyu. Your Highness, this time, I would like to ask you for a favor. Oh, tell me, what is it? I'm sure Your Highness knows that I've been doing a mission recently, and the place I went to was a small place called the Maple Realm. However, something happened there. What happened? Yi Xian told Miyu everything he knew and experienced. Of course, Yi Xian didn't mention the name Annihilation, instead using the name Mysterious Organization. Miyu frowned after hearing this. There's such a thing? In our Kunlun divine domain, although it is not uncommon for sects to fight each other, it is indeed a little too much for such a mysterious power to threaten to annihilate sects at the slightest provocation. Moreover, I did not expect the Kunlun realm to not care even after discovering the abnormality. Alright, I got it. I'll immediately send someone to investigate. You'd better not go to the border regions so casually in the future. I heard from my sister that the Overgod battlefield is about to open again. The Overgod battlefield? Yi Xian was shocked. One must know that once the Overgod battlefield opened, who knew how many powerful beings would fall? That was the Overgod battlefield. Most of the time, it wouldn't open even once in hundreds of thousands of years. Yes, that's right. Although my sister didn't say it clearly, one thing is certain. Within 10 years at the latest, the Overgod battlefield will open again. Moreover, this time our Kunlun realm might face a three-way pincer attack. But that's fine. Your cultivation isn't high enough, so naturally, we won't recruit you. Yi Xian frowned. The Overgod battlefield suddenly opened, and 3 at that. Yi Xian would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. After all, there were no signs before this. Of course, Yi Xian also understood that someone like him who hadn't even reached the Divine Lord realm wouldn't have such comprehensive information. Oh right, this is for you. I was going to ask Kuan Buyu to give it to you, but I didn't expect you to come to me of your own accord today. Before you left, she suddenly thought of something and casually tossed an imprint to Yi Xian. What's this? Yi Xian asked curiously. Oh, this is the Divine Master Palace's invitation imprint. Next month, I'll be holding a gathering at the Divine Master Palace. Remember to come then. Oh right, I'm also holding an auction at the same time. This is a grand auction that the entire Kunlun realm will participate in. I'm sure there will be many new and interesting treasures. Miyu replied with a smile, and at the same time she was already walking out. Perhaps if it was just a simple gathering, Yi Xian wouldn't care too much. However, since there was a grand auction, Yi Xian naturally had to attend. Chapter 2308. This was an auction held in the name of the princess, so naturally, there would be plenty of treasures inside. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. As long as Yi Xian could get what he wanted, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, ordinary resources were no longer enough to satisfy Yi Xian's needs. Therefore, Yi Xian could exchange these things he didn't need for what he needed. Of course, before that, Yi Xian still had to think of a way to get some capital. After all, for such a large-scale auction, Yi Xian probably didn't even have the qualifications to enter. It was a pity that the resources in the ancient zither space could only be automatically produced and couldn't be harvested by Yi Xian. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of good things inside. After Miyu left, Yi Xian also left the ancient sound pavilion. However, halfway there, he heard a system notification. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The first batch of resources in the ancient zither space can be harvested. Host, please choose the harvesting method. System, what does that mean? Harvest method? Ding! System notification. Due to the special nature of the ancient zither space, it can harvest ordinary resources once every 500 years and special resources once every 5,000 years. In other words, host can harvest ordinary resources once every 10 days and special resources once every 100 days. Ding! Host, please take note. The ancient zither mystery dimension was originally an ancient mystery dimension. Therefore, the ordinary resources in the ancient zither mystery dimension are equivalent to the current special resources, and special resources are equivalent to rare resources. Ding! System notification. According to the system's analysis, it is recommended that hosts set a portion of the harvested resources as various rewards and return them to the ancient zither mystery dimension to obtain the faith of the ancient zither mystery dimension. Holy shit! Yi Xian almost forgot about the faith of the gods. One had to know that there were many powerhouses in the ancient zither mystery dimension. Moreover, a day in the ancient zither mystery dimension was 50 years in the ancient zither mystery dimension. How much faith would this give to Yi Xian? Yi Xian had a feeling that he was going to hit the jackpot. Leaving a portion of the resources in exchange for the faith of the gods was definitely a win-win situation. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't hesitate. Alright, system, we'll follow your plan and leave a portion of the resources as rewards. Yi Xian made the final decision. Then, the system extracted the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 103 ordinary resources from the ancient zither space. Ding! Detected special resources, frost soul destroying grass, dragon soul essence, etc. Ding! Detected a special resource that can be used on a dragon soul sword servant. Dragon soul essence. Ding! The host is currently lacking in resources and cannot directly become a dragon soul sword servant. The resources are temporarily stored. The series of notifications made Yi Xian extremely excited. This time, he was really going to strike it rich. To be able to harvest a resource every 50 days, although it was said that the harvest was random, it was definitely not a small income. Haha, system, gather all the normal resources that I don't need. It's time for me to level up. Yi Xian was starting to look down on those normal resources now. He was not even in the mood to go to the auction to exchange for them. After all, he now had a treasure trove that allowed him to withdraw resources wirelessly. Ding! System notification. Sorting successful. Alright, then, let's devour them. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at upper grade 6 True God Realm. Only one level up? Alright, normal resources are really useless. Yi Xian did not go out again. Instead, he rested for a while in the Kunlun domain before preparing to attend Mi Yu's party. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he found out that today was not a simple party like Mi Yu had said. It was Mi Yu's birthday. Generally speaking, very few people in the God Realm celebrated their birthday. After all, they did not have enough time to cultivate every day, so who would have the mood to celebrate their birthday? However, for a princess like Mi Yu, it was a different story. She had a large amount of resources for her cultivation, so every 100 years, she would celebrate her birthday. As for the exact age of his birthday, no one would care. Yi Xian did not know this, so he went to the Divine Master Palace empty-handed. The place where Mi Yu lived was called the Divine Master Palace. At least in the Kunlun domain, when people mentioned the Divine Master Palace, they would naturally know where it was. This day could be considered a major event in the Kunlun domain. Although there were not many people from the older generation present, every aristocratic family, ancient family, and large sect had sent their elite disciples. It was very lively. When Yi Xian arrived, Kun Buyu was already waiting there. Kun Buyu, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going in? Forget it. There are all disciples of great aristocratic families inside. I'm just the heir of the Kuan-Nan family. How can I be sent in? I'll just wait outside. Clearly, even someone like Kun Buyu felt a little uncomfortable in this place. What did I say? We're here because of Mi Yu. What does it have to do with anyone else? Come on, let's go in together. Kun Buyu hesitated for a moment, but still followed Yi Xian. To Kun Buyu, this was an opportunity. However, before they could enter, they were stopped by 2 guards. Stop right there. You're not allowed to enter. Yi Xian looked at the two. Both of them had the word Li embroidered on their chests. Clearly, they were not guards of the Divine Master Palace. Moreover, Yi Xian had already seen the mocking from a distance. Haha, that kid must be Yi Xian, right? He really thinks he's some big shot. I've done some research. This kid isn't even from our Kunlun domain. He came from a small corner of the wilderness. Does he really think he's some big shot just because he knows the princess? Isn't that so? Brother Li, you're the most direct. I'd like to see what that kid can do. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yi Xian did not know these guys at all. However, it was clear that they were deliberately looking for trouble with him. System, detect the strength of these two guards. Ding! System notification. Target is at Soldier Grade 9 Upper True God Realm. True God Realm? So what if there was a title in front of him? Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw a punch at them. After all, this was the Divine Master Palace, so Yi Xian could not kill anyone. However, he could still teach these two guards a lesson. Boom! One punch. With just one punch, Yi Xian sent the two guards flying. Although these guards did not dare to attack at the same time, it also proved Yi Xian's strength. How dare you? Where did this arrogant kid come from? How dare you cause trouble in the Divine Master Palace? Men, throw him out. The Li family's young master saw his own people being taken advantage of and felt that he had lost face. He stood out and shouted loudly. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Chapter 2309. Even though the Kunlun God domain was huge, only a handful of factions were qualified to enter the Divine Master Palace. Thus, most of them knew each other. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, not many people knew Yi Xian, who had suddenly appeared. Thus, even though the young master of the Li family was clearly looking for trouble with Yi Xian, no one would stop him. Some people did not know who Yi Xian was, so they just wanted to watch the show. There were also some people who knew who Yi Xian was, but they also wanted to watch the show. Thus, at this moment, no one would speak up for Yi Xian. Instead, they just stood aside and watched Yi Xian make a fool of himself. Following the young master of the Li family's order, two more Li family guards rushed over. This time, they were clearly much stronger than Yi Xian. Just the pressure they emitted was enough to make Yi Xian feel fear. Yi Xian did have a way to deal with these guys. He could even crush them. He could use Grand Sovereign Guqin's Transcendence Idol. Once the Transcendence Idol was used, no one could stop it. However, Yi Xian naturally could not use the Transcendence Idol now. After all, these people only wanted to humiliate Yi Xian. They were not in any life-threatening situation. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. At the same time, the system's shrill alarm sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a life-threatening situation. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a life-threatening situation. Damn it! Yi Xian was extremely shocked. These people actually wanted to kill him. However, Yi Xian quickly understood that this young master who left home clearly had complete confidence in himself. He clearly knew that he wasn't from the Kunlun divine domain and didn't have any backing. Speaking of backing, perhaps it was only because he knew Miyu and Miyu. However, it was precisely because Yi Xian knew Miyu and Miyu that Yi Xian deserved to die even more. There were indeed many people in the Divine Master Palace right now. However, wasn't the realm of the gods a world where the strong preyed on the weak? In this place, the strong were respected. What was Yi Xian to him? He was nothing. If Yi Xian was killed now, he would only be scolded at most. He wouldn't even be scolded because he was a powerful young master after all. No matter what Mi Yan did, she couldn't possibly say that she was punishing him. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian never imagined that he would encounter such a situation in the Divine Master Palace. Yi Xian did not even have the time to detect the guard's strength, because that person's attack had already reached him. Golden lightning flashed continuously in that person's hand. In an instant, it completely engulfed Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian was in a situation where death was certain. As the lightning flashed, everyone looked in Yi Xian's direction. Kuan Buyu, who could fight Yi Xian to a standstill, was sent flying by that person's glare. Everyone looked in their direction. Some were puzzled, but most were disdainful. As time passed, seeing that Yi Xian was completely surrounded by lightning, those people actually began to celebrate in advance. Haha, an overconfident brat. An ant like him dares to have designs on Her Highness the Princess? Doesn't he know who he is? Just him? Is he even fit to interact with Her Highness the Princess? Haha, that's right, that's right. Young Master Li is really brave. We gave him some face on account of Her Highness. Actually, we couldn't wait to kill him. Us? Young Master Li said that the Li family is an ancient family. Even the Divine Master has to give them some face. Killing an ant like him is as easy as crushing an ant. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that guy for overestimating himself. He died for nothing. Everyone was discussing, but no one stood up for Yi Xian. Everyone pointed their spears at Yi Xian, saying that Yi Xian deserved to die. It seemed that these people were certain that Yi Xian would definitely die. Indeed, these people were not wrong to think that way. Rejects because the person who attacked was a divine king, even if he was just a low-level divine king. However, a divine king was an existence that surpassed the divine lord realm. If a terrifying person made a move to deal with a mere true god realm little fellow, wasn't this a matter without any suspense? Could it be that there would still be people who doubted that a divine king realm superpowerhouse would not be able to take down a mere true god realm ant? As time passed, many people started to frown. Because logically speaking, when a divine king realm powerhouse made a move, even if it was still using a finger, it was already enough to crush a true god realm ant. However, so much time had passed, but why was there still a stalemate? At this moment, Yi Xian heard the system's notification. Ding! System notification detected that the host is facing a fatal threat. The system automatically chose a defensive plan. Ding! System notification detected that the only plan the host can use is to summon Supreme Ancient Zither Dharma Power. Ding! System notification, Dharma Power summon successful. Boom! A vast and boundless pressure erupted from within the lightning. The entire Divine Master Palace, no, it should be the entire Divine Master Palace in this realm domain, including everyone in the surrounding 10-odd realms, felt a superpower that was absolutely irresistible. Countless people knelt on the ground, regardless of whether they were divine lords or divine kings. Even the person in front of Yi Xian knelt on the ground under the sudden burst of pressure. However, the lightning was destroyed in an instant, and a figure walked out directly. Who else could it be but Yi Xian? Yi Xian's face was ashen. Behind him, an illusory figure stood guard. It was Supreme Ancient Zither's Dharma Power. The vast and boundless fluctuation had erupted from the Dharma Power. Good, very good, very good. You want to kill me? Yi Xian's voice was filled with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, the divine king who had suppressed Yi Xian and could have killed Yi Xian had fallen. Then Yi Xian walked towards the young master of the Li family. Plop! The young master of the Li family was scared out of his wits. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. You, what do you want to do? Haha! You're asking me what I want to do? Then let me tell you. Think about what you want to do to me. Now I want to do to you. Yi Xian raised his hand. As long as his hand fell, this person would die. You dare to kill me? I am the young master of the Li family. I am a member of the Li family. Even the divine master would not dare to cause trouble for the Li family. What do you want to do? Chapter 23:10. Young Master Li didn't know if he was scared out of his wits or something else, but he was shouting like a clown, calling for backup from his guards. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGDA. Moment later, a group of Li family guards struggled to their feet and tried to approach young Master Li. However, Yi Xian simply waved his hand. Die, all of you! A terrifying and powerful force instantly exploded out. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at the strength of those guards. With just a wave of his hand, they were all crushed. Invincible! This was what true invincibility was. With the support of Grand Sovereign Guqin's Dharma idol, Yi Xian had long surpassed everyone present. Not even Yi Xian knew what Grand Sovereign Guqin's cultivation level was. However, someone who could stop the time of an entire secret realm and use the temporal laws with such proficiency was definitely a super expert. Furthermore, he was a super existence that surpassed Divine Lord Mimu. After all, Yi Xian had only summoned his Dharma idol and hadn't summoned him yet. Yet, he was able to unleash such a powerful attack. Wasn't this a testament to Grand Sovereign Guqin's strength? The overwhelming pressure caused the entire Divine Master Palace to fall into a state of panic. In the distance, Mimu's heart trembled. How is this possible? A Divine Lord? Has a Divine Lord from another place come to our Kunlun domain? A Divine Lord was a super expert like Mimu who possessed an extremely large domain. Generally speaking, they were at the level of a God Emperor. The Divine Master was an honorific title, as it represented an endless amount of power. For example, didn't Mimu appear in the Divine Master Palace with a slight frown on her face? It's you? Yi Xian, what are you doing? Although that was what she was asking, only Mimu knew the shock in her heart. When her master had brought Yi Xian here and asked her to take care of him, Mimu had always treated Yi Xian rather well. Although Yi Xian was wary of Mi Li because of the old man, that didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't know that Mi Li was good to him. When Yi Xian saw Mia, he frowned slightly and said to Mia, "Lord Divine Master, please don't interfere this time. I must kill this guy. Just a moment ago, he actually used a killing move on me. If I didn't react quickly enough, I would already be dead." It's true, Mi Si frowned. Now, it was no longer a matter of Yi Xian displaying his strength. To Mi Li, Yi Xian was her master's request to take care of him. But now, Yi Xian was almost killed in her own territory. How could she accept that? You tell me everything that happened just now, word for word. If there's even half a lie, I'll exterminate your entire clan. Mi casually pointed her finger, causing an incomparably vast power to erupt. Only at this moment did Yi Xian realize how powerful this woman in front of him was. It could be said that Yi Xian had summoned Grand Monarch Ancient Zither's avatar and not himself. Thus, Yi Xian didn't have a chance of winning against Mi Li. But it was clear that Mi Li was going to uphold justice for him. Yes, Lord Divine Master. Under the pressure of both Yi Xian and Mi Li, the person named by Mi Li had already turned incomparably pale. In fact, he had even pissed his pants in fear. But no one laughed at him. After all, he wasn't the only one who had pissed his pants in fear. That person didn't dare to hide anything, and directly told him everything he had seen from beginning to end. As long as he told the truth, Mi Li would be able to judge whether it was true or not. So that's how it is. What a goodly family. You want a rebel? Mi Li's words scared the Li family's young master so much that he pissed his pants. As for the rest of the Li family, they had already knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. All right, Yi Xian, do as you see fit, but don't implicate the innocent. Also, I'll have the Li family give you an explanation. But you'd better restrain your power. After all, today is my little sister's birthday. Even if you don't give me face, Mi Yu has always been kind to you. Do you want to hurt Mi Yu? Mi Li's words didn't sound like that to the others. In their eyes, the Lord Divine Master was actually giving in to this guy. Yes, giving in. In their eyes, Mi Li was actually begging Yi Xian not to make a big deal out of this matter. As for Yi Xian himself, he was actually in a difficult situation. He was furious, incomparably furious, but he was even more clear about his own strength. Great Sovereign Zither could only be summoned once every 1,000 years. And now, he had inexplicably forced out Yi Xian's greatest trump card. Could be said that if Yi Xian were to encounter something similar in the future, it would be impossible for him to survive. Moreover, Yi Xian knew that this time, by killing the Li family's young master, he would offend more than just the Li family. However, Yi Xian still wanted to kill this guy. If he didn't kill him, he would be killed by him. So what was Yi Xian hesitating for? All right, since the Lord Divine Master has said so, I will naturally obey. Yi Xian waved his hand and a huge force surrounded the young master of the Li family. Then it slowly began to erode his life force. Yi Xian was using the cruelest method to torture this guy to death. Ding! System notification. The summoning of the ancient Zither Dharma idol has ended. It is currently in a cooldown state. It can only be summoned again after 1,000 years. Along with the system notification, Yi Xian's power suddenly retracted. In an instant, Yi Xian returned to his original true god level cultivation. However, no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. Even Mi Li was full of doubts. "Alright, you guys continue. Everyone from the Li family, get the hell out of here. I don't want to see anyone from the Li family. Also, the Li family had better compensate me as soon as possible. If Yi Xian isn't satisfied, he will destroy the Li family. I won't take any responsibility." After saying that, Mi Li's figure disappeared. Only Yi Xian was left with a bitter smile. Destroy the Li family? It was easy to say, but did Yi Xian have the strength to do so? The Li family was a dignified, ancient, aristocratic family. However, Yi Xian also knew that he had formed an irreconcilable grudge with the Li family. Perhaps the Li family wouldn't touch Yi Xian for a while, because whether it was for Mi Li's face or for Yi Xian's sake, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. No one knew what other trump cards Yi Xian had, and no one knew who Yi Xian was. Previously, they had received news that Yi Xian didn't belong to the Kunlun god realm, but came from somewhere else. Rajax, it was said that he came from a small, remote place. However, when Yi Xian displayed such powerful strength and summoned such a terrifying Dharma idol, they couldn't help but guess. Could it be that this Yi Xian was actually the crown prince of another overgod realm? Chapter 23:11. Translator. Endless fantasy translation editor. In an instant, all eyes were on Yi Xian. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. They had no choice but to take Yi Xian seriously. After all, Yi Xian was a man who could stand up to Mi Yen. Yi Xian was a man who even their divine master had to speak to respectfully. Yi Xian was a man who could kill a member of an ancient noble family with a wave of his hand without the slightest hesitation. News of Yi Xian spread like wildfire among the major powers of the Kunlun god domain in an instant. However, they were only guesses. Due to an inexplicable consensus, Yi Xian's identity and what had happened today were only spread among the people who had come today. As for the outside world, they didn't know much at all. All they could guess was that the Divine Master was angry. As for why he was angry, they didn't know. That powerful strength could only belong to the Divine Master. Thus, they couldn't help but suspect that the Divine Master was angry. The banquet continued, but it was clear that everyone had become incomparably cautious. Wherever Yi Xian went, no one dared to stop. No one dared to face him. In fact, wherever he looked, the people there would subconsciously lower their heads. At this moment, even Kuan Buyu didn't dare to approach Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time he had played too big. This time he had indeed offended too many people. Although the strength he had displayed was definitely enough to make most of the major families not dare to speak up, it was still not enough. However, while they feared Yi Xian, they also felt enmity towards Yi Xian. Disregarding everything else, just the Li family alone probably hated Yi Xian to death. Who would have thought that just coming to attend Mi Yu's birthday banquet would cause such a scene? But what could Yi Xian do? After all, he wasn't the one who started all this trouble. Yi Xian didn't want to stay here any longer. When he saw Mi Yu come out, he immediately went to her side. No one dared to stop him. In fact, it could even be said that when Yi Xian walked towards Mi Yu, everyone instinctively made way for him. "Your Highness, thank you for inviting me to this banquet. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave early." Mi Yu was no fool. She obviously knew why Yi Xian left, but Mi Yu simply smiled and casually hooked her arm around Yi Xian's. "Why do you want to leave? Why? Don't you want to watch the show?" To be honest, of course Yi Xian wanted to go. His main objective for coming here this time was to attend the shoot. But who would have thought that before the shoot, there would be such an unpleasant situation? Seeing Mi Yu's smile, Yi Xian felt a little better. However, Mi Yu was still a little hesitant. But she continued to speak to Yi Xian. "Alright, I know that you definitely don't want to see some people right now. How about this? I'll bring you and Kuan Buyu to the auction first. Although the auction hasn't started yet, there are some merchants from the other god realms who have come. They have quite a few treasures. Why don't you go take a look first?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but tremble. If there were items from the other god realms, then there would definitely be some that the Kunlun god realm didn't have. Naturally, Yi Xian would want to take a look. Alright then, let's do that. Mi Yu nodded. She called out to Kun Buyu and walked off into the distance. In Mi Yu's heart, Yi Xian could be considered an extremely solitary person. Other than doing his own things every day, he rarely interacted with others. As for Kun Wuyu, he could be considered one of the few people who could come into contact with Yi Xian. However, Kun Buyu currently appeared very reserved. Kun Buyu, what's wrong with you? Although Yi Xian had already guessed the reason, he still asked Kun Buyu, Yi Xian, you've really hidden yourself well. Originally, I thought that our strengths were on par with each other, and even if I was a little weaker than you, I wouldn't be able to find out much. As long as I use my full strength, I'll still be able to fight you. However, after today, I won't dare to have such thoughts anymore. Yi Xian smiled. In the Kunlun god realm, it could be said that Kun Buyu was Yi Xian's only friend. Are you talking about my Dharma idol just now? Since you know about the Dharma idol, then you should know that I can't say that I can summon it at any time. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I won't summon it at all. Yi Xian immediately shifted his attention to Kun Buyu and asked, Oh right, what's going on with that Li family? I don't think I've offended them. Why did they want to kill me? Kun Buyu looked at Yi Xian, then at Mi Yu, who was holding on to Yi Xian's arm, but he didn't say anything. However, Yi Xian and Mi Yu weren't stupid. How could they not understand? Yi Xian immediately pulled his arm away from Mi Yu's arm and said awkwardly, I say, Kun Buyu, it's one thing for others to think nonsense, but don't tell me you think so too. Your Highness was just helping me out. Unlike you, I don't even know where you are now. Due to the awkwardness, Yi Xian's tone changed a little. However, Kun Buyu didn't care at all. He already knew the result from Mi Yu's slightly stiffening body. I don't care about the two of you. The Li family is an ancient aristocratic family. They're extremely powerful. To be honest, from what I know, even the Divine Master has to give them some face. This time, although the Divine Master is helping you, he's also suppressing the Li family. Yeah, the Li family is one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun god domain. There are many that can be called aristocratic families or ancient aristocratic families, but when the 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun god domain are mentioned, everyone knows who they are. Can be said that even my sister has to give them some face sometimes. Mi Yu interrupted and continued. The information from her was naturally more comprehensive than Kun Buyu's. Let's not talk about the others. Let's talk about the Li family. The Li family controls thousands of secret realms of various sizes and close to 10,000 sects directly under their jurisdiction. Moreover, they have several ancient ruins and other special places. Their strength and foundation are definitely not to be underestimated. The Li family's grand ancestor is a super expert who can fight against my sister. In fact, the 4 ancient aristocratic families have always been a knot in my sister's heart. This time, you've helped me vent my anger. Don't worry. This time, I'll definitely make the Li family compensate you properly. Not for you, but for ourselves. There was a faint smile on Mi Yu's face. Of course, if Mi Yu didn't say these words herself, neither Yi Xian nor Kun Buyu would have known. The 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun god domain were at odds with the Divine Master. No one would believe it if it was said. Chapter 23:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Haha, that guy is just from a branch family of the Li family, not from the main family. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. So that's how it is. Why did Yi Xian ask about this? Because Yi Xian knew better than anyone else the principle of survival of the fittest. He had been searching for Luoluo for so long, but he could not do anything. Why? Wasn't it all because Luoluo was being controlled by that incomparably powerful demon? Yi Xian did not have the strength to rescue her. Moreover, before this, Yi Xian didn't grow up from one crisis after another. This time, since he had already fallen out with the Li family, Yi Xian would not let them go. In the eyes of others, perhaps this was simply courting death. But in Yi Xian's heart, it was only motivation. Yi Xian knew that if he was not strong enough, the Li family would definitely find a chance to kill him. Since they were talking about the Li family, if they dared to fight for their reputation, killing Yi Xian was nothing. Besides, they did not even need to do anything. Once they gave the order, someone would do it for them. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. In an instant, Yi Xian felt immense pressure. It could even be said that this was the strongest pressure he had ever felt since he entered the realm of the gods. After all, the Li family was one of the 4 ancient families of the Kunlun realm. Yi Xian was nothing in front of such a powerful family. Perhaps the Li family would not dare to make a move because of the strength Yi Xian had displayed, but it was only a matter of time before they saw Yi Xian's foundation. Therefore, there was not much time left for Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to live, he had to become strong quickly. Escape? That was impossible. Not to mention that Yi Xian did not know where to go after leaving the Kunlun realm. What would the Li family do once he left the Kunlun realm? He was afraid that he would send someone to kill him. Therefore, Yi Xian could only grow stronger quickly in the Kunlun god domain. Only then would he be able to contend against the Li family. No, to annihilate the Li family. Since the Li family was a threat to Yi Xian, then there was no need for Yi Xian to exist. At this time, if anyone knew that Yi Xian was actually thinking of how to deal with the Li family, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Rejects after all. This was a battle without any suspense. It was like an ant that was clamoring to kill a god. What a joke. Soon, Mi Yu arrived at the venue with Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu. Sure enough, even though the shoot had yet to begin, there were already plenty of people busying themselves. Alright, the two of you can look around and see if there's anything you like. By the way, Yi Xian, take this Cosmos ring. If there's anything you like, buy it. Yi Xian was stunned. Is Mi Yu going to give me divine crystals? I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want anything. Don't worry, I still have enough resources. If there's anything I like but don't have the resources, I'll look for you. Don't forget that I'm a restriction grandmaster, a divine talisman grandmaster, and an alchemy grandmaster. Mi Yu glanced at Yi Xian with a strange expression. Previously, everyone was focused on Yi Xian's combat strength. But who would have thought that Yi Xian was one of the 3 grandmasters? Alright, then I'll look for you later. After all, I was the one who invited these people, so I still have to go take a look. Yi Xian nodded. After Mi Yu left, he and Kuan Buyu walked forward together. As they walked, Kuan Buyu gave Yi Xian a simple introduction. Yi Xian, this is the divine realm market of the Kunlun god realm. Of course, this isn't the only market, but since it's organized in the name of the divine master, it's definitely not small. Look, the person in front is from the 100 Break divine realm. That divine realm isn't big, and their strength is relatively weak. However, the 100 Break divine stone that they're using is definitely something good. Kuan Buyu led Yi Xian over. Seeing that someone was coming, the shopkeeper welcomed them warmly. Gentlemen, are you looking for the 100 Break divine stone? 100 Break divine stone? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of it. However, when he saw the stone, he realized that it was just a general name and not a single item. At this moment, Yi Xian heard a system notification. Ding! System notification. Special item detected. 100 Break divine stone. Ding! Host. Please note that the 100 Break divine stone can create a special sword servant. 100 Break sword servant. Ding! System notification. 100 Break sword servant will have different abilities according to the number of 100 Break divine stones absorbed. Could actually become a sword servant. In that case, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss out on it. At this moment, there were many strange stones placed in front of Yi Xian. Some were burning like a raging fire. Some were emitting a cold aura like ice. Suddenly, Yi Xian's attention was attracted by a white Break divine stone. This was an extremely black divine stone. More importantly, Yi Xian's divine telekinesis couldn't detect what was inside it. Moreover, this divine stone was placed on its own, and all the aura around it was being devoured by it. Yes, it was being devoured. What divine stone is this? Yi Xian asked. Sir, you have a good eye. This divine stone is one of the top 10 divine stones of the 100-break divine realm, the devouring stone. Sir, don't underestimate it because of its small size. Its power is definitely beyond your imagination. 500,000 years ago, there was once a master blacksmith who refined a devouring stone into a special devouring treasure. It actually had the ability to devour everything. However, because his ability was too strong, there was a battle later on. In the end, that powerful treasure disappeared without a trace. As for the devouring stone that you are looking at now, it is a devouring stone that only appears once every 10,000 years in the 100-break divine realm. Even if it is not refined into a special treasure, it is still a super treasure by itself. That person flattered without holding back. However, his words weren't false, because this devouring stone was indeed very powerful. Ding! System notification. It is recommended that the host obtain this devouring stone. The devouring stone can be used to strengthen the system. At the same time, it can be exchanged for devouring points. What? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. One had to know that devouring points were extremely important to Yi Xian. However, he could only obtain them from the devouring beast. He didn't expect that this time there would be a mysterious stone that could be exchanged for devouring points. Yi Xian would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. What's wrong with this devouring stone of yours? Haha, sir, you must be joking. This is such a priceless treasure. How would I dare to take it without permission? Before this little one came out, the divine master had already instructed that this divine stone cannot be exchanged. If sir can take out a special treasure of equal value, this little one can exchange it for it. However, if sir wishes to buy it, this little one dares not agree. Chapter 23:13. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not frown. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. In fact, he could not think of anything that could be compared to the devouring stone. In Yi Xian's heart, the devouring stone was definitely a priceless treasure. However, Yi Xian still wanted to give it a try. System. List out all the special resources I have and choose 10 of the most valuable ones. I must have this devouring stone. If Yi Xian missed out on the devouring stone, he would definitely regret it. Hence, he could not care less. Ding! System notification. All resources have been sorted. 10 resources have been chosen. Following the notification, Yi Xian waved his hand and 10 special resources appeared in front of that person's eyes. Heavens! Heavens! It's the legendary law spirit. It's actually the legendary law spirit. This thing, didn't it disappear after the ancient war? Young Master. Why does Young Master have such a precious treasure? Law spirit? Yi Xian did not know much about his own things. To him, all the resources were handed over to the system. If the system felt that it was useful, it would notify him. If it was not, it might just be devoured by Yi Xian. But now, what was this law spirit? Ding! System notification. Law spirit is an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. The host can obtain one every 100 years. Holy shit! The devouring space, no, to be more precise, an ordinary item produced by the ancient zither space could be so sought after. Yi Xian quickly checked the law spirit's attributes. Law spirit. A special item formed by the condensation of law energy. This item cannot be refined or forged. However, with this item, the host's comprehension of law energy will increase. So this was the case. This item was used to increase one's comprehension of law energy. No wonder the system did not give any special notification. This item was not considered too valuable to Yi Xian. Although it was not valuable to Yi Xian, it was extremely valuable to others. Rajax, with a wave of his hand, the merchant from the domain of the gods, set up a restrictive spell, which was mainly used to block out divine will and sound. It was something that merchants often used. Young Master, please state a price. As long as I can afford it, no matter how much, I want this law spirit. It was obvious that this person's eyes were filled with urgency. The biggest difference in the Lord realm was the comprehension of law. In fact, once one reached the Lord realm, the difference in Lord God realm was huge. Perhaps before this, Yi Xian was able to rely on some special abilities to crush enemies that surpassed him by 1 or even 2 realms. That was because the power Lord God realm, the power of the power of law. As the realm Lord God. As the realm Lord realm, the power Lord God realm was Lord God realm. Lord God was because the Lord of Lord God translation Lord translation of realm start translation to Lord. A translation Lord that was Lord that one translation. This was the law was the charm law. It was a treasure that many powerhouses dreamed of obtaining. Even if it was that Mi Xiao would definitely pay a huge price. Fortunately, Yi Xian took it out from here. After all, in the eyes of these merchants, Yi Xian was definitely a big shot in the Kunlun God realm since he could arrive here before them. He was a big shot that they could not afford to offend. Therefore, they would not be greedy for Yi Xian's treasure. However, if this law spirit was taken out by Yi Xian outside, who knew how many people would fight for it with their lives? At this moment, the merchant was extremely excited. Without waiting for Yi Xian's reply, he took out 3 special god stones. Honorable young master, these are the special god stones that the divine master gave to me before I left. They are on the same level as the devouring stone. Also, you can take any god stones you like in this shop. Also, here are 50 billion god crystals. This is all I have. However, this humble one can promise that the next time this humble one comes, this humble one will definitely bring back even more rewards for the young master. Please give this law spirit to me, young master. Good Lord, this was a law spirit that wanted Yi Xian's law spirit even if it meant going bankrupt. Of course, Yi Xian did not mind. After all, this was a precious treasure in the eyes of others. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, it was nothing more than that. Alright, I promise you. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Perhaps in the merchant's heart, he had made a huge profit. However, in Yi Xian's heart it was the same. In Yi Xian's heart, he had made a huge profit this time too. Yi Xian naturally did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, he took away all of the merchant's resources, including the interspatial ring in his hand. However, not only was the merchant not displeased at all, he even looked a little embarrassed. Young master, this humble one knows that this humble one's things are not enough to exchange for such a precious treasure. However, please rest assured that the next time I come, this humble one will definitely bring back enough resources to compensate for your loss. Ha, that's all right. We'll talk about it the next time you come. Yi Xian did not mind at all. He had already made a huge profit, so he did not care much about this person's verbal promise. After that, Yi Xian was extremely happy. It looked like he had made a huge profit this time. The resources that Yi Xian had obtained from the devouring space were all produced in the ancient zither space. Many of them were probably already out of print or were extremely rare. These things were definitely enough for Yi Xian to exchange for good things. Let's go to the next shop. Yi Xian walked straight ahead. He was a little impatient to go to the next shop and take a look. These shops were all from other divine realms. Naturally, they would have many treasures that Yi Xian wanted. This time, Yi Xian was going to sweep the place clean. This time, Yi Xian was going to make a huge profit. System, you can use this devouring stone to repair the system. Yi Xian had always been upset that the system had not been fully repaired. Furthermore, his devouring space had not been fully repaired. Therefore, these were all matters that Yi Xian had to deal with. Ding! System notice. System repair speed increased. Yi Xian was slightly surprised that the system had not been fully repaired. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the resources produced by the devouring space were very popular. This was because most of them were considered rare resources. One had to know that these were only ordinary resources. Yi Xian could not imagine how rare the resources from the devouring space would be. Chapter 23:14. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. System notification. Please pay attention to exploring ancient secret realms. As your level increases, the experience gained from consuming normal resources will gradually decrease. The sudden notification from the system gave Yi Xian an answer, But it also gave Yi Xian a huge problem. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. As his level increased, normal resources would no longer have any effect on him. Only by consuming rare resources, special resources, and even ancient resources could he increase his level. Wasn't this forcing Yi Xian to constantly search for special resources or ancient secret realms? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his resources could not be exchanged endlessly. Other than the resources that were useful to him, the rest of the normal resources seemed to be trash. Yi Xian continued forward. This time he came to another merchant. However, the resources produced here were indeed special. This was because this was a slave merchant. Yi Xian, don't be suspicious. The existence of slaves is a very normal thing. Without strength, they can only become slaves. In fact, for these slaves, it's already good enough that they can keep their lives. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, he understood this. Back then, he had bought Fian as a slave. Of course, Yi Xian had never treated Fian as a slave. This merchant is probably a merchant who often enters and exits the battlefield of the overgods. They often buy defeated people from the battlefield of the overgods and then train them to become docile slaves. Yi Xian, look at that person. That tiger-headed man with a human body and the broken armor on his body has already revealed his identity. He is someone from the godly realm of the shifters. Wait a minute, the godly realm of the shifters. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze focused on the tiger-headed man. What's wrong with this slave? Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked directly. The godly realm of the shifters. Then, it was very likely that he would know some of Luo Luo's whereabouts. Of course, even if he could not find out Luo Luo's whereabouts, it would still be very helpful for Yi Xian to understand the situation in the godly realm of the shifters. This customer has good taste. This tiger-headed man is a low-level Sir God slave and has special abilities. It's rare. The merchant saw that Yi Xian had the intention of buying the tiger-headed man and immediately started bragging. However, Yi Xian interrupted his boasting with a single sentence. All right, how many divine crystals? Don't waste any more words with me. Yes, sir, this tiger-headed man only. 1 million divine crystals. 1 million. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It wasn't because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. This was a Tang Divine Lord level expert, and he only needed 1 million divine crystals? Could this be a mistake? Kuan Buyu could see Yi Xian's confusion, so he whispered to Yi Xian, you don't have to doubt anything. 1 million divine crystals is not expensive. This tiger-headed man's potential has basically been fully activated. It can be said that unless he encounters a great opportunity, there is no room for improvement. Furthermore, he is the most dangerous slave on the battlefield. He poses a very high threat. Therefore, 1 million divine crystals is really not that expensive. Of course, Yi Xian did not really care about this. After all, Yi Xian just wanted some information. Once he got the information, this tiger-headed man would be completely worthless to Yi Xian. Jax, alright, I want this tiger-headed man. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly bought it. The tiger-headed man could naturally understand Yi Xian's words, so Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked him directly. You are from the shifter's divine realm? Yes, master. The tiger-headed man did not respect Yi Xian at all. Even though Yi Xian was holding his quintessence fragment, he could kill him with a single thought. However, as a former warrior who had fought on the battlefield of the overgods for thousands of years, he was used to seeing life and death. If he did not have a special mission, he would not have been willing to be captured by the merchant and become a slave. Alright, since you are from the shifter's divine realm, you might know where Luoluo is. Yi Xian was clearly a little excited. He explained Luoluo's situation to the tiger-headed man and asked for her whereabouts. However, this time he was happy for nothing. The tiger-headed man still did not know anything. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He had expected this outcome long ago, but Yi Xian was unwilling to accept it. In Yi Xian's heart, only Yi Xian knew how deep his feelings for Luoluo were. Alright, since that is the case, I will let you go. I will take you out of the Kunlun divine realm, but you must promise me that when you reach the shifter's divine realm, you will help me gather as much information as possible. Once you have any information, you must report back to me. Can you do that? The tiger-headed man was a little surprised. He did not expect this human in front of him to let him go. Even more so, he did not expect his goal to be a shifter's. However, wasn't the reason why he was living like this. Now that Yi Xian was willing to let him go, it was definitely a good thing for him. All right, I can promise you. Yi Xian nodded. He did not ask any more questions. This was an idea he had come up with on the spur of the moment. He would release these people from the shifter's divine realm because their divine mandate fragments were in Yi Xian's hands. Perhaps they wouldn't be loyal to Yi Xian in the Kunlun divine region. However, once they were released and promised to use Luolua's information in exchange for their freedom, they would definitely do their best to help. This would undoubtedly allow Yi Xian to plant his own people in the shifter's divine realm to investigate Luoluo. Yi Xian chose 13 slaves from the shifter's divine realm. Yi Xian knew very well that these people might not be in the same divine realm as Luoluo, given how big the realm of the gods was. However, Yi Xian was still willing to give it a try. As long as he could find out Luolua's whereabouts, Yi Xian was willing to spend any amount of divine gems. After not being able to get any information from these people, Yi Xian directly let them go. Although the battlefield of the Masters of Gods had not opened yet, it was still possible to sneak a few people over. Moreover, if it really did not work out, they could still ask me you. Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu did not wait for long before the auction was finally about to begin. Yi Xian was led to a private room. From here, he could see the entire auction in its entirety. At this moment, the final preparations for the auction were already underway. The people participating in the auction had already rushed in. Chapter 23:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Kuan Buyu continued to introduce Yi Xian to the various factions in the Kunlun God domain. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. The current Yi Xian could no longer rely on the countless factions in the Kunlun God domain like he used to. After all, he had offended the Li family, so it was very likely that some factions would come looking for trouble with Yi Xian. It was naturally a good thing for Yi Xian to understand the situation of these factions in advance. After all, this auction was a rare one, so the scale was very large. There were actually 100 auctioneers taking part in the auction at the same time. If you took a fancy to any auctioneer's item, then you could bid for that auctioneer's item. However, there was nothing worth Yi Xian's attention at the start. Kuan Buyu then returned to his own private room. Yi Xian was the only one left in the private room. Reject. Suddenly, a system notification caught Yi Xian's attention. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. A mysterious person has been detected. Who is this mysterious person? Yi Xian asked instinctively. Ding! System notification. This is the mysterious person that the host encountered before entering the ancient Zither mystery dimension. It was him. Although Yi Xian did not know why the system would take the initiative to notify him, Yi Xian still focused all his attention on that mysterious person. At this moment, that mysterious person looked like a normal person who had come to participate in the auction. He did not wear his usual black attire, but had changed into a luxurious blue robe. That person watched the auction quietly, but Yi Xian knew that he was definitely waiting for something. Since it was something that the Annihilation Organization wanted, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. Soon, a magic treasure was placed on the auction stand. Everyone, please pay attention. This magic treasure is a rare beast-taming magic treasure. As long as any of you esteemed guests like a divine beast, you can absorb it into this magic treasure. Then, this magic treasure will automatically tame that divine beast according to your wishes. Only when that divine beast is successfully tamed will it be released. That's right. This is the beast-taming ring. The beast-taming collar is not easy to obtain, and this beast-taming collar in my hand was obtained by a brave warrior from a mysterious secret realm. It can be said to be the best of the best. The starting price is 100,000 divine crystals. Every bid must be at least 10,000 divine crystals. All right, everyone, Please make your bids. I bid 500,000. The first to bid was the mysterious man. At this time, he directly shouted out 500,000 in one breath, as if he was determined to win. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The beast taming collar only had one function, and other than taming beasts, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Why was this guy willing to spend so much money? One had to know that the beast taming collar was not too complicated. In fact, if Yi Xian was willing, as long as he had enough resources, Yi Xian could also use it. Hence, Yi Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so determined to win? What was the use of this beast taming collar to Annihilation? It was no secret that Annihilation kept reviving ancient demon gods. This also meant that they might have their own methods of taming beasts. However, it was a little unusual for them to go all out for a beast taming collar. Yi Xian frowned and started thinking quickly. What was the use of this thing to Annihilation? Of course, since Yi Xian could not figure it out, he might as well buy it. After all, as long as it was something that Annihilation wanted, he would not let them get it. Yi Xian raised his paddle. I bid 510,000. Yi Xian did not care about the divine crystals. He still had a lot of them on hand. However, as long as it could destroy Annihilation's plan, Yi Xian would not feel the pinch even if he had to spend more divine crystals. Hearing Yi Xian's bid, the guy did not hesitate and raised his paddle again. 1 million. Did he increase the bid to 1 million again? Yi Xian smirked. 1,010,000. Yes, he was going to increase the bid by 10,000. He wanted to see how much this guy from Annihilation would bid. 5 million. Boom! This time, not only was Yi Xian surprised, but the people around him were as well. The beast taming collar was not a precious treasure. Perhaps the owner of this treasure was only qualified to be auctioned because of the uniqueness of the item. The beast taming collar itself was probably not worth much. If there was really a divine beast in the beast taming collar that was being tamed, it would probably not be auctioned. Since it was being auctioned, there probably would not be any divine beast in it that was worth paying attention to. That fellow sure was willing to part with 5 million. After all, the price of a newly forged beast taming collar was usually around 2 million. It could be said that the price of 5 million had already exceeded its original value. Could it be that the guy did not really want the beast taming collar, but deliberately bid such a high price because Yi Xian was pressuring him so he wanted to cheat Yi Xian? That was not impossible. However, Yi Xian did not want to believe it, because if he really wanted to cheat him, he would not have increased the bid to 5 million in one go. 5,010,000. Yi Xian increased the bid by 10,000 and 10,000 again. The mysterious man looked viciously at Yi Xian. He originally thought that with a price of 5 million, no matter who raised the price with him, they would give up. However, he did not expect that the mysterious guy would not give up. At this moment, the mysterious guy from Annihilation was looking coldly at Yi Xian's pavilion. If they were not in the Celestial Palace, this guy would have already killed Yi Xian. However, this was a special place. It was not a place where he could cause trouble. 5,500,000. Did he increase the bid again? Yi Xian did not hesitate. 5,500,000. At this moment, Yi Xian and the mysterious guy were competing, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, they could not understand what was so special about the beast taming collar that these two people were competing for it. 5,600,000. 5,600,000. 6 million. 6,010,000. No matter what price the other party offered, Yi Xian would always be 10,000 more than him. The more this guy acted like he wanted it, the more Yi Xian would not give up. 10 million. Suddenly, the mysterious guy increased the bid again. 10 million was enough to buy 5 beast taming collars. Everyone was waiting for the voice from the pavilion, waiting to see if the owner of the pavilion was going to continue bidding. 10,010,000. Sure enough, he increased the bid again. Boom! Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. Chapter 23:16. However, what they did not expect was that when Yi Xian finished calling out the price, 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD, that person actually called out a sky-high price without any hesitation. 100 million. Yes, it was 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. 100 million. A new animal taming collar was only 2 million. 100 million could buy a lot of animal taming collars. Moreover, this guy had actually raised the price from 10 million to 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, Yi Xian had already decided not to let him get away with it. Naturally, he would not give up. 10, 0, 0, 0. Was it only 10,000 again? Even if the crowd did not want to pay attention to Yi Xian, they had no choice. What was this guy trying to do? Every time the other party called out a price, he would only increase it by 100 million. What was he trying to do? Spending 100 million to buy something that was only worth 2 million. No matter how they looked at it, it was an idiotic move. However, the intense bidding between the two made people wonder if there was something special about the animal taming collar. Of course, even if some people were suspicious, no one participated in the bidding. After all, 100 million was not a small sum. Many people had less than 100 million in their budgets. Damn it, are you really going to fight me to the end? Alright, come on, I'll bid 1 billion. 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. This time, no one could remain calm. 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. Could that animal taming collar really be worth 1 billion? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. In his eyes, he did not know what that animal taming collar was. Hence, when this person called out a price of 1 billion, Yi Xian hesitated. Spending 1 billion if that thing was really useless. Then wouldn't it be a waste? However, so what if it was 1 billion? If Annihilation wanted it, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. 10, 0, 0, 0. Yi Xian actually raised the price. He actually raised the price. That person from Annihilation looked coldly in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian could see the murderous intent in his eyes. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care. Why, you're not going to raise the price? Yi Xian's calm voice sounded. He wanted to see if this mysterious person from Annihilation would continue to raise the price. All right, since you're willing to spend 1 billion on a useless item, congratulations, you win. That person seemed to be mocking Yi Xian for spending 1 billion to buy something completely useless. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The murderous intent in this guy's eyes. Perhaps he was afraid of something. Perhaps he was worried that would attract more people to see the animal taming collar. He just wanted to wait for the auction to end and then directly snatch it. However, none of this had anything to do with Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian had decided to buy something, even if it wasn't worth the price, Yi Xian wouldn't care. Besides, Yi Xian could tell from the murderous look in that person's eyes that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. The auction had just begun, but a bid of 1 billion had already been raised. Some people said that Yi Xian was a fool and that he had obviously wasted his money. Some people also suspected that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. However, Yi Xian did not care about any of this. To Yi Xian, spending 1 billion to buy the animal taming collar was not a matter of whether it was worth it or not. What he cared more about was what secrets the item hid. In fact, Yi Xian had more than 1 billion divine gems on hand. Based on Yi Xian's habits, he would not let go of the interspatial rings that he had killed. Earlier, when he had killed the young master of the Li family and the many guards of the Li family in the Celestial Palace, he had not let go of their interspatial rings. Therefore, Yi Xian had a large amount of resources on hand, enough for him to spend freely. The auction continued, but every time, as long as this mysterious person was about to buy something, Yi Xian would definitely jump out to stop him. As long as it was something he wanted to buy, Yi Xian would definitely not let him succeed. Although Yi Xian had indeed spent a lot of money to achieve this goal, Yi Xian did not care at all. As long as he could stop this guy, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it no matter how many divine gems he spent. Soon, someone brought over the first item that Yi Xian had won. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He handed it to the divine gems and carefully examined the animal taming collar in his hand. However, after looking at it for a long time, Yi Xian didn't see anything special. Could it be that there was nothing special about this animal taming collar, and that the mysterious person was just fighting with Yi Xian? No, Yi Xian did not believe that. System. Detect this thing. Ding. System notification. Detection complete. No special findings. No special findings? Yi Xian did not believe it. He did not think that there was nothing special about this thing. System, use conviction points to strengthen detection. Yu Xian suddenly ordered. Yi Xian was not short of conviction points. After integrating with the ancient Zither mystery dimension, the devouring space would bring a large amount of conviction points to Yi Xian every day. After all, the mysterious person was from the same mystery dimension, and there was a difference of 1 day and 50 years. Naturally, Yi Xian would be able to obtain a large amount of conviction points. Ding. System notification. Conviction points to strengthen detection successful. Ding. System notification. Special item detected. Ancient beast trapping formation. Ding. System notification. Special divine beast trapped by the ancient beast trapping formation is detected. Ancient demon god. Soul-devouring demon emperor. Boom! Yi Xian was surprised. Sure enough, he did not guess wrong. This thing was not that simple. It was actually an ancient thing. Although it was disguised as a beast-taming collar, it was not a beast-taming collar at all. Not to mention 1 billion, even if it was 10 billion or 100 billion, as long as Yi Xian could obtain this thing, then it would be an absolute profit. Ancient divine beast. Now, except for those special mystery dimensions, where could one find an ancient divine beast? Not to mention, it was an ancient divine beast trapped in the ancient beast trapping formation. At this time, how could Yi Xian not understand that he had made a profit? Of course, this was not the place to study this thing. Therefore, Yi Xian simply let the system detect and did not do anything else. He did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. As the auction progressed, the things that Yi Xian had forcibly snatched from the mysterious person were also in Yi Xian's hands one by one. What Yi Xian did not expect was that these things turned out to be the remaining parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. It did not matter what his appearance was disguised as, but the foundation of these things was actually the special storage components of the ancient beast trapping formation. Since this ancient beast trapping formation was called a formation, it was naturally not that simple. Chapter 23:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, seals had more uses than formations. Not only were they portable, but they were also much more powerful and had fewer limitations. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. That was why formations were no longer popular in the realm of the gods. Instead, seals were used. However, these things were still very popular in the ancient age. Naturally, it was not surprising that some of them had been passed down to the present. However, no matter what it was, as long as it was passed down from the ancient age, it was definitely not simple. Even they might not know how to use it anymore. For example, the ancient beast trapping formation in Yi Xian's hands was something that Yi Xian could not understand. Seals only needed to be refined and set up casually before they could be used. However, ancient things were not that simple. Yi Xian had a total of 12 parts of the ancient beast trapping formation in his hands. However, other than the first thing that looked like a beast taming collar, the rest were just parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. He did not even know how to use them. For a moment, Yi Xian could not do anything. Moreover, he could not rely on the system. The system only gave him one notification. Host's level is not high enough to activate helpless. Yi Xian could only keep this thing for the time being. Yi Xian did not know that he had unwittingly ruined one of Annihilation's grand plans. Annihilation was not a small organization. Their forces were spread across the entire realm of the gods. They had been trying to do something. For example, resurrecting ancient mythical beasts. Once they resurrected these ancient mythical beasts, things would not be so simple. For example, they used totem beasts to resurrect the ancient Fey gods. Rejects those were only resurrected, and they were resurrected using totem beasts. Their strength had been greatly weakened, but they were still extremely powerful. Moreover, this was a real ancient mythical beast. Moreover, it was a tamed ancient mythical beast. In fact, one of the biggest goals of annihilation in the entire Kunlun divine domain was to collect the entire ancient beast trapping formation. This was because annihilation had a way to activate the ancient beast trapping formation and gain the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts. Think about it, once annihilation gained the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts, how much destruction could they cause? It could even be said that if they used some tricks, they could slowly eat away at the entire Kunlun divine domain. Therefore, this time Yi Xian had inadvertently saved the Kunlun divine domain. Of course, at the same time he had offended annihilation, it could be said that annihilation, for the first time, annihilation had. Yi Xian, annihilation. However, this time, the Annihilation Organization probably wished they could skin Yi Xian alive. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about these things. At this time, his attention was back on the auction. Ever since those things were all taken away by Yi Xian, the mysterious person who annihilated the organization silently left. On their translation, they was translation. Was the finale. The only one was left. All the finale items would be auctioned by this auctioneer. Next up, we'll be auctioning off the first item of the auction, the grand finale. I believe everyone is familiar with the Divine Talisman sect. This time, we are auctioning an ancient divine talisman of the Divine Talisman tribe. It was an ancient divine talisman. Yi Xian was surprised. Of course, he was not tempted at all. That divine talisman was not very useful to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that another force of the Divine Talisman tribe had started to invade the Kunlun divine domain. He did not know if this news was good or bad for Yi Xian. There was no doubt that every item that was auctioned off for the finale was of the highest quality. Some of them were even good items that were hard to come by in 10,000 years. At the same time, the price would definitely be astronomical. Of course, these items were useless to Yi Xian. He did not even bother to look at them. Next, we will auction this item. Many of you may not have seen it before, but I can promise you that this treasure is not ordinary. First of all, please allow me to tell you a story. 300,000 years ago, there was a time that shook the entire Kunlun divine domain. Do you still remember? 300,000 years ago, a peerless genius appeared in our Kunlun god domain. In just a short 100 years, he rose from the true god realm to the divine king realm. It can be said that he was definitely a peerless genius of that time, and even today. However, later on, people found out that he was not a genius at all. Instead, he was a guy who cultivated a special evil technique, the reincarnation divine technique. That guy cultivated this incomparably evil but incomparably powerful reincarnation forbidden technique. Every time this technique advances in rank, it needs to consume the godheads of 1,000 people of the same cultivation level. And this guy is basically a super spy sent by our enemy. He spent a full 100,000 years to infiltrate our Kunlun god realm. Then, he spent another 100,000 years to create a clan that was originally part of the Kunlun divine domain. However, all of this was done by him alone. Apart from this reincarnation forbidden technique, he also mastered a mysterious divine ability. We do not know the name of this divine ability, but we do know that it allows one to transform into thousands of people and play different roles. Furthermore, it allows one to display different cultivation bases, personalities, and so on. It was this person who caused the Kunlun divine domain to lose in the early stages of the War of the Overgods 300,000 years ago. If the great divine master had not discovered it in advance and seen through it, I'm afraid we would have lost that War of the Overgods. That's right. This time we will auction this concealment divine ability of his. Furthermore, it is a unique one-way inheritance. In other words, this is the only one in the world. There is no other. There was actually such a strange divine ability that allowed one person to play different people of different realms, different appearances, and different personalities. Yi Xian was instantly attracted by this divine ability. This thing was extremely useful to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not know much about its specific functions, the ability to transform into hundreds and thousands of people was already very good. It would allow Yi Xian to move around more conveniently in the future. I want this thing. Yi Xian did not have many resources on hand. It could be said that if he wanted to obtain this item, he would have to search for resources. Of course, Yi Xian did not have to worry. Yi Xian would definitely accept the compensation from the Li family. Since they were already enemies, why not take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of them? Chapter 23:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't think I need to introduce the nameless superpower any further. Everyone should know its value, so I won't say more. The starting price is 10 million divine crystals. 10 million divine crystals was a sum that many people would never be able to amass in their entire lives. However, it was nothing in the eyes of the elites and the major powers. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. I bid 100 million. Only someone offered 10 times the original price in the first bid. After all, there was only one copy of the nameless superpower. Not to mention anything else. Just this one portion was enough to make many people go crazy. In fact, for those kinds of rare divine abilities, not to mention how powerful they were, as long as they were rare, they would be sought after by people. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This principle was also applicable in the realm of the gods. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In fact, he already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to obtain the inheritance this time. Perhaps to Yi Xian this item was useful, so he had to get it. However, some people might go all out just because they thought it was rare. After all, Yi Xian was only one person. Even if he could get a compensation for leaving home, it wouldn't be too much. At most, he would get a few billion divine crystals. He had already squandered a lot of divine crystals. Could it be that he had no choice but to give up this time? Or Jax, no, he wouldn't give up. The bidding continued to rise. At this moment, someone had already bid 9 billion. However, this wasn't considered a high price because the strongest factions had yet to make their move. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice came from one of the private rooms. I want this item. 100 star spirits. Star spirits. Someone had actually offered a formed spirit. A formed spirit could be exchanged for 100 million divine crystals. Perhaps on the surface, this was only 10 billion divine crystals. However, one shouldn't forget that this was a star spirit. Only divine masters would use a star spirit in a transaction. Many people, even the major powers, treated this item as a strategic reserve. It could be said that in name, 100 million divine crystals could be exchanged for one star spirit. However, very few people were foolish enough to exchange for it. What the star spirit represented was a completely different level of transaction. However, no one had expected a star spirit to appear in this auction. Who was in that private room? Which faction was this? How could they be so domineering? Yi Xian also frowned slightly. Once a star spirit appeared, it wasn't just a matter of price. What was most important was its aura. That aura was enough to crush many people. It seemed that Yi Xian had no choice but to this. Translation: 10 billion divine crystals and an ancient resource. In a certain private room, an expert who was sipping tea directly spat out a mouthful of tea. Is this person out of his mind? Translation: ancient age, ancient resources, that was the ancient star spirit. After all, ancient star, that was the ancient secret. Translation: ancient land. However, even a godlord like Mimu wouldn't dare to enter the ancient mystery dimension so casually. Translations: divine translation, translation to, but translation that person's to be translation to. The person in the private room over there, why don't you exchange your ancient resource with me? I'm willing to use divine crystals or the star spirit to exchange it with you. The person who spoke was the one who had wanted to use the star spirit to bid for the nameless mystique. Yi Xian's words immediately disrupted the auction. That was because the appearance of an ancient resource was something that no one could ignore at all. In an instant, the auction was disrupted. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The ancient resources that he wanted to take out were naturally real. However, he couldn't guarantee the effects. After all, this was only an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. Of course, Yi Xian was very satisfied with the commotion he had caused. When it came to clapping, sometimes it was a competition of aura. If one could crush others in terms of aura, then one might be able to obtain what one wanted at a low price. If 10 billion divine crystals and this ancient resource could be exchanged for the nameless mystique, then, for Yi Xian it would definitely be a huge profit. However, Yi Xian also understood that it couldn't be that simple. Indeed, as Yi Xian had expected, another person in the private room spoke up. I'm sure that the ancient resource in that brother's hand is just an ordinary resource. Ancient resources don't mean that all of them are precious. Some ancient resources aren't even as useful as ordinary resources. I bid 15 billion. That person had first pointed out that Yi Xian's ancient resource might not be that useful. Then, he had directly raised the price to 15 billion. It could be said that his words had destroyed the atmosphere that Yi Xian had created. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Auctions were a competition of wealth. Although Yi Xian didn't know whether this item would be of much use to him. However, since someone wanted to raise the price, then he could play along. If that's the case, then you're prepared to raise the price. Fine. I'll offer 20 billion divinity crystals and 3 ancient resources. This way, at the very least, my item is worth 30 billion divine crystals. What do you think? Do you still want to raise the price? Yi Xian's tone was flat. He was neither sad nor happy. He wanted to see what that person would do. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that person was clearly a little angry. This was because Yi Xian actually heard a light snort. Right now, other than those in the private room, everyone else had completely given up. With their wealth, they basically had no chance of winning against Yi Xian and the others in the private room. So what if it's 30 billion? I'll bid 40 billion. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. It looked like this guy was prepared to compete with him. Although Yi Xian was interested in this mystique with the system in hand, there was still a chance that he could integrate something similar. Therefore, whether or not he obtained it, Yi Xian wouldn't be too insistent. However, since someone wanted to compete with Yi Xian, then Yi Xian would have to teach him a lesson. Looks like you're set on competing with me? 5 ancient resources and 50 billion divine crystals. Let's see how you can compete with me. You're still too inexperienced to compete with me. Yi Xian's words sounded like he was looking down on that person. However, if someone saw Yi Xian's current expression, they would know that he was doing this on purpose. 50 billion divine crystals, 5 ancient resources. I'll give you 70 billion divine crystals. However, do you think you can get that thing with this amount of divine crystals? I'll give you 1,000 star spirits. Come on, continue to increase the price. Let's see who can win. Chapter 23:19. Oh, since you like it so much, I'll let you have it. 1,000 star spirits for such a flashy mystique. Brother, you're really rich. Yi Xian's words couldn't be any more derogatory. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. Many people were trying to hold back their laughter. Some even couldn't hold it in and started laughing loudly. It was obvious that someone had been tricked by Yi Xian, and he was in a very bad state. Although there was only one copy of the nameless mystique, it was obvious that this item didn't have much fighting power. It might be a good storage item, but this item couldn't be passed down. In other words, that person couldn't even pass down this mystique. 1,000 star spirits for such a useless item. One could only imagine how great a loss that person had suffered. 1,000 star spirits going once. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer's voice rang out. Of course, even a fool wouldn't raise the price now. 1,000 star spirits was equivalent to 100 billion divine crystals. This far exceeded the item's original value. It could be said that if this item hadn't appeared at this auction, no one would want to buy it even if it was offered 1 billion divine crystals. Yi Xian looked indifferently at the private room in the distance. Because the private rooms here were all specially made under normal circumstances, no one would know who was in which private room. Of course, to the major factions they would reveal their identities. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that the person bidding against him was another one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families. Only Yi Xian would have the guts and temper to offend another ancient aristocratic family after just leaving home. As for the others, who would dare? The nameless mystique was eventually won by that person. The auction that followed didn't cause too much of a stir. With Yi Xian raising the price to trick others, the crowd was much more stable when raising the price. At the very least, they wouldn't raise the price carelessly. Until one thing appeared. This item is a special treasure obtained from the void. We don't know what it is, but we can be sure that it was left behind by a powerful person in ancient times. According to the appraisal, this item has an extremely strong defensive power. At the same time, it was made with some kind of unknown special material. Once again, the film master was rambling on and on. However, on Yi Xian's end, the system notification was even clearer. Ding! System notification. Detected special weapon, God-slaying armor. The damaged God-slaying armor made it difficult for people to recognize his true appearance. Before Yi Xian could react, the system once again prompted. The God-slaughtering armor is a part of the God-slaughtering set. Host, please take note that once the host obtains the God-slaughtering armor and successfully repairs it, the host can trigger the set effect. Yi Xian had no idea what the set effects were, but he did know that the Godslayer armor and Godslayer sword were part of a set, and they were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Others might not know what it was, but it was impossible for Yi Xian not to know. Yi Xian was very clear about the power and attributes of the Godslayer sword. Then, how could the God-slaying armor, which was also part of a set, be any worse? A set. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually encounter a set here, and it was the God-slaying set. This time, it looked like Yi Xian was going to get it at all costs. This item could only belong to Yi Xian. Only in Yi Xian's hands would it be of the greatest value. 10 billion. 50 billion. The price continued to climb. Everyone knew that this was a good item, so naturally no one would give it up. Of course, because this item was damaged and no one knew if it could be repaired, everyone was still a little hesitant when raising the price. When it reached 100 billion, everyone was more conservative in raising the price. Each time, they would only raise it by 100 or 200 million. It was obvious that Yi Xian's actions last time had caused everyone to be somewhat alarmed. However, at this moment Yi Xian spoke. 100 billion divine crystals and 5 ancient resources. Did Yi Xian have that many divine crystals? No, of course he didn't. However, Yi Xian dared to make such a bid. At most, he would just take out all the items from the devoured space as collateral. He had to get his hands on this item. Hence, Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. It was him again. Countless eyes were focused on Yi Xian's treasure chest. Many people were wondering if they should continue to bid. After all, Yi Xian had scammed a lot of people the last time. Who knew if he was trying to trick someone again this time? 100 billion divinity crystals and 5 ancient resources. Let's make it 120 billion divinity crystals. I'll bid 130 billion divinity crystals. Brother over there, are you still going to bid? Someone made another bid. It was obvious that it wouldn't be easy to force everyone to back down. However, just as that person finished speaking, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. 100 billion divine crystals, plus 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. Boom! Everyone was in an uproar. What was this guy trying to do? 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. One had to know that resources weren't ancient or special just because you said they were. All resources were specially appraised. Only when they met the appraisal criteria would they be able to determine their quality. Now, Yi Xian had actually called out 100 billion divine crystals, 20 ancient resources, and 100 special resources. Was he preparing to risk his life? Of course, this time everyone hesitated. It seemed like Yi Xian had made such a reckless bid the last time and cheated someone of countless divine crystals. Was Yi Xian for real this time? Or was he trying to mystify the situation? Everyone couldn't help but think. Furthermore, they had to calculate whether the broken armor was worth so much. However, no one knew what the God-Slayer armor was. Hence, they gave up in the end. All right, congratulations to this gentleman for winning this auction. Yi Xian smiled bitterly as the auctioneer spoke. This time, he owed a huge amount of debt. It seemed that Yi Xian could only ask you for help. This auction belonged to the Divine Master, which meant that it belonged to Miyu. If Yi Xian wanted to slowly repay his debt, he could only ask Miyu for help. Perhaps only Miyu would be able to make Yi Xian do as he wished. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to participate in the rest of the auction. After all, no matter what items appeared later on, Yi Xian wasn't qualified to compete for them. He was currently in the negative. Yi Xian found Miyu and gave her a simple request. Miyu then went to find Miyu. After all, only Miyu could make such a decision. Yi Xian owed too much. Chapter 23:20. Mi Yan's request was simple. She could agree to pay Yi Xian in installments, but the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had to participate in the Divine Master Arena. The Divine Master Arena was a small part of the Master God battlefield. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. The Divine Master Arena was for each Master God to send their elites to battle it out. Life and death were their own responsibility, but it concerned the reputation of each God realm, and there was also the desire to place heavy bets. Yi Xian didn't know why Mi Yan wanted him to participate, but Yi Xian knew that he had no choice but to participate even if he wanted to. According to the rules of the auction, if he broke the contract after the auction, he would have to pay 20% of the bid price as compensation. The price that Yi Xian had burst out was probably 200 billion. 20% of 200 billion would be 40 billion. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to break the contract, he would have to pay 40 billion deity crystals. 40 billion deity crystals was equivalent to Yi Xian's entire net worth, and that was only if he included the compensation for leaving home. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice. Fortunately, the Divine Master Arena hadn't started yet. Normally, the Divine Master Arena would be opened at the same time as the Master God battlefield, or it would be opened after a discussion between several God realms. Of course, there was a difference between the two. The Divine Master Arena in the Master God battlefield was a life and death battle. If one lost, there was only one outcome: death. However, if the Master God's arena was jointly set up by several gods' territories, it might not be that dangerous. After all, since they were willing to set up the Master God's arena peacefully, it meant that the relationship between these gods' territories was not that bad. After Yi Xian agreed to the conditions, he obtained the god-slaying armor as he wished. Yi Xian had paid a huge price for this item, and it could even be said that he had risked his life in battle. If this item couldn't satisfy Yi Xian's needs, then Yi Xian would suffer a huge loss. At this time, Yi Xian was already looking at the item and checking its attributes. System, show me the attributes of this item, Yi Xian said to the system. Ding! System notification. Analyzing the specified item's data. Analysis complete. Broken God-Slayer armor. One of the pieces of the God-Slayer set. It has extremely strong defensive capabilities. At the same time, it also has several special divine abilities. Currently, it is in an 80% broken state. Therefore, it cannot be used and its specific attributes cannot be checked. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He had paid such a high price in exchange for something that he could not use for the time being. He did not know if it was worth it. However, when he thought about it, it was a part of the God-slaying set. Thinking about the power of the God-slaying sword, then once this thing was repaired, it would not be that simple. Therefore, Yi Xian was relieved. Right now, Yi Xian could be considered to be heavily burdened. The things that he owed me you couldn't be returned just because he said so. Because Yi Xian wasn't willing to owe Miyu a favor, Yi Xian was a bit wary of that old man and Miyu. Therefore, after leaving the filming, Yi Xian only rested for a few days before setting off again. The matters of the Maple Land, the Overgod Battle Ring, Luo Luo's whereabouts, and leaving home made Yi Xian unable to rest even if he wanted to. Perhaps going to the mysterious lake to kill some divine beasts would be a form of relaxation. System. Send me to the mysterious lake. Yi Xian gave an order to the system. The mysterious lake had a large number of divine beasts, and their levels were also very high. It was the best place for Yi Xian to train. Moreover, there was nothing else besides the divine beasts, so it was a good place for Yi Xian to have some peace. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and find the target. Yi Xian released Sword Attendant Wan Sun and prepared to search for the target this time. Sword Attendant Wan Sun did not have any other abilities, but its detection abilities were definitely very strong. Therefore, although this little thing was usually useless, sometimes it was the most suitable. Soon, Sword Attendant Wan Sun sent back a signal. Yi Xian finally found the target this time. When Yi Xian arrived at the target, he looked at the mounds in front of him in surprise. To be honest, he did not think too much about it because Sword Attendant Wan Sun's target was to find the divine beast with the lowest level. However, this time, what exactly did Sword Attendant Wan Sun find for Yi Xian? Ding! System notification. Please take note. The special divine beast for detection is a social whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Rat? Ding! System yes. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat is a special divine beast. It usually moves in groups. The lowest level is the true god realm. The Rat King has the cultivation of a low-level divine lord. F***CK. Can't be, Sword Attendant Wan Sun. This time, he created a huge problem for himself. A social divine beast was the most difficult divine beast to deal with. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook and a figure jumped out. Wasn't it a whirlwind sky-swallowing rat? This guy probably just wanted to come up for some fresh air. But when he saw Yi Xian, he blinked his eyes. As for Yi Xian, he was also looking at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. The two of them were less than 100 meters apart, so they were staring at each other. The wings of the gods gave Yi Xian the ability to hide, so Yi Xian could easily hide from the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat's divine sense. However, the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat also had a special ability to hide, so it successfully escaped from Yi Xian's divine sense. That was why such a scene had happened. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved. He quickly pulled out the god-slaying sword and slashed at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat also moved. The little guy first let out a sharp cry, then opened its mouth wide at Yi Xian. A strong suction force attacked Yi Xian. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat had actually activated its special ability. From its name, one could tell that one of the special abilities of this little guy was the word swallow. It could be said that although the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat was not very big, once it activated its ability, it could swallow anything 10,000 times its size. After the two of them met, there was only a brief moment of shock before they launched their attacks. Deicide slash. 7 rays of light rushed towards the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Unexpectedly, the 7 rays of sword light were swallowed by the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. That's so strong! Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time his deicide slash had been neutralized. Furthermore, it had been neutralized by being swallowed. It could be said that Yi Xian was quite surprised. However, what happened next was interesting. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat was slightly stunned. Then it clutched its stomach and started rolling on the ground. You actually wanted to swallow the god-slaying sword's attack. Now you're reaping what you sowed. Yi Xian smirked. He looked at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat with disdain. Suddenly, beside Yi Xian, a sound that sounded like an explosion sounded out. Boom! 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 Chapter 23-21. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In an instant, Yi Xian was surrounded. Damn it! Yi Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately rose into the sky. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, the whirlwind sky-devouring rats would not let Yi Xian go so easily. They let out a unique cry and charged toward Yi Xian. Damn it! Die, all of you! This time, Yi Xian was caught off guard. He was not prepared at all. In the beginning, Yi Xian thought that he would have no problem coming over. However, he did not expect to be ambushed as soon as he arrived at the border of the whirlwind sky-devouring rat's territory. 1,000 beasts sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Come out. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants and flower god sword servants. The battle began in an instant. Moreover, the moment it began, it became white-hot. Boom! Boom! It was as if the entire earth was shaking. It was as if both the sky and the ground were filled with battle. There were not many whirlwind sky-devouring rats, only a few dozen of them. However, there were more than 1,000 god-tier mounts and flower god sword servants. Could be said that if it was just quantity, then Yi Xian's side had the advantage. Unfortunately, the whirlwind sky-devouring rat's second ability was speed. These little guys were extremely fast. Dozens or even hundreds of god-tier mounts could not do anything to them. Their incredible speed, coupled with their sky-devouring ability, caused the god-tier mounts to suffer heavy losses. Wei Zhentian. With a thought, Yi Xian activated Wei Zhentian's treasure form. The first treasure form was the one that Yi Xian liked. Buzhou Mountain Seal. Buzhou Mountain was said to be the divine mountain that supported the world. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also extremely large. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian would transform into such a powerful treasure? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have enough devouring points. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have used Buzhou Mountain Seal as a permanent treasure. Suppress. Yi Xian waved his hand and a huge mountain appeared. The mountain was huge, but it kept shrinking as it fell. This was because he needed to adjust its density according to its target. The smaller the size of Mount Buzhou, the more powerful it would be. A loud rumble was heard as Mount Buzhou fell. In an instant, a huge mountain appeared in front of Yi Xian, and several whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were suppressed. Yi Xian waved his hand and the mountain disappeared. However, at the same time that the Buzhou Mountain Seal disappeared, another phantom condensed in the sky and came crashing down. How could the whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat possibly withstand such a fierce attack? Therefore, in just a short exchange of blows, several whirlwind-spitting beasts were crushed to death by Yi Xian. When the phantom of Mount Buzhou summoned by the Buzhou Mountain Seal fell down, several spells would appear around it. Each spell had a special function. While weakening the target, it would also strengthen itself. Yi Xian just stood there, but every time he waved his hand, a huge mountain would come crashing down. He kept crushing the group of whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts. It could be said that as long as the whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were a little slower, they would be crushed to death immediately. The fierce whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were now jumping up and down under Yi Xian's attacks. Even if these guys could swallow things that were 10,000 times their size, the phantom of Mount Buzhou was more than 10,000 times their size. Squeak! Squeak! The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats were making a racket anxiously. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not understand what they were saying. At this time, Yi Xian finally had the time to check their cultivation levels. System: check the cultivation levels of these whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats. Ding! System notification. Target's average level is mid-level true immortal. Holy shit! Yi Xian had always thought that these whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts in front of him should at least be high-level true immortals. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be wrong this time. These guys' cultivation levels were actually so low. However, to be able to dodge Yi Xian's attacks with a cultivation level lower than Yi Xian's, these whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats probably had something to be proud of. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a surge of fear in his heart. Almost instinctively, Yi Xian jumped up and left his original position. Boom! A gigantic whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat emerged from the ground. This guy was actually more than 10 meters tall. Such a gigantic rat, not to mention anything else. Just looking at it made one feel disgusted. Human, why did you massacre my people? The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat said to Yi Xian as soon as it appeared. Finally, it met a guy who could talk. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. You said I massacred them? Why didn't you say they attacked me? Human, this is my clan's territory. You have trespassed on my territory. Do you think you are in the right? A rat actually dared to reason with Yi Xian? Although this rat was a divine rat, and a large one at that, was Yi Xian going to pay attention to it? Yi Xian held the Buzhou Mountain stamp in his left hand and the Godslayer in his right. He looked coolly at the large rat in front of him and said disdainfully, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Human, how dare you be so presumptuous in my clan's territory? Today, I will teach you a good lesson. Whirlwind heaven swallowing. Whirlwind heaven swallowing. What kind of mystique was this?" However, Yi Xian soon found out what this mystique was. The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat king spat out a powerful gust of wind from its mouth. As soon as this gust of wind appeared, it swept toward Yi Xian. Everything in its path was immediately swallowed up. It didn't matter if it was mud, rocks, or even air. This whirlwind heaven-swallowing Rat King was simply courting death by swallowing everything in front of Yi Xian. System: check target's level. Ding. System notification. Target is a third-grade Divine Lord. Third-grade Divine Lord. It seemed like there was a bit of pressure. Yi Xian's figure suddenly retreated, but he was thinking of a solution. System: fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. The 100 Destruction Divine Stone was a special resource that Yi Xian had obtained during the auction. With these 100 Destruction Divine Stones, Yi Xian could fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Previously, Yi Xian had not fused with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants because he didn't need it. However, wasn't this the right time? Thousand Beast Feast. Begin. Since he wanted to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants, it would naturally take time. Therefore, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Divine Flower Sword Servants would go and stop the enemy first. Ding. Detected 100 Destruction Divine Stone that can be used to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Will the host use it all? Use it all. Of course, he had to use it all. What was the use of keeping these 100 Destruction Divine Stones? Chapter 23-22. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. System notification. Beginning fusion. Ding. System notification. Fusion. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Special Ability Sword Attendant. This Sword Attendant can continuously level up through 100 Destruction Divine Stones of different attributes. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD Realm. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant belongs to the incomparable realm. Its realm is automatically bound to the host. When the host levels up, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Special Ability 100 Destruction. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant can destroy any treasure, seal, illusion, talisman, space, time, and everything else. The prerequisite is to integrate the corresponding 100 Destruction Divine Stones, 1,000 Destruction Divine Stones, 10,000 Destruction Divine Stones, etc. Range, currently with the host as the center within a radius of 1,000 meters. This range can be increased as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Currently, with the activated ability, it can destroy all engulfment, part of illusions, and part of seals. Holy shit! Yi Xian was dumbfounded when he saw this attribute. This should be considered a support sword attendant, but wasn't this ability too powerful? Could destroy everything. What did this mean? If he could even break through time and space, then what else couldn't he break through? This guy, although only had one special ability, this special ability was not just a little bit overpowered. This meant that Yi Xian would be invincible in countless situations in the future. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that this guy seemed to be a brittle skin. He was in the same realm as Yi Xian. In other words, if Yi Xian did not level up, he would not level up. That was fine. The key was that he did not have any other abilities. Other than destruction, it was still destruction. Of course, just this one ability was enough to satisfy Yi Xian. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant appeared. In an instant, the hurricane that was originally attacking Yi Xian disappeared without a trace. Useful. Really useful. However, Yi Xian could only keep this guy away after using it. After all, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant did not have the ability to revive, and its defense was very low. If he was not careful, he could be toyed with to death. Yi Xian did not want his hard-earned 100 Destruction Sword Attendant to be toyed with to death so quickly. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant was a sword attendant that could play a decisive role at a critical moment. System notification. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant is to the host. Please note, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's cooldown is 3 days. Could only be summoned once every 3 days? It seemed that it was only to be used translation. Ding! System notification. Since the host possesses the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant, the host has automatically obtained a special layer of the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. All of the host's resistances have been increased. Please note, As the 100 Destruction Sword attendance level increases, the host's resistances will also continue to increase. Translation. 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 At this moment, the whirlwind heaven-devouring Rat King was stunned. Human. You. How did you do it? Why did my attack disappear? Translation. Level. In his eyes, Yi Xian did not do much, but the mystique he was so proud of had disappeared just like that. When had whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King ever seen such a strange situation? But regardless of whether he had seen it or not, the truth was the truth. His attack had been neutralized. Yi Xian originally didn't know that the 100 Destruction Sword attendant had a cooldown, which was why he put him away so quickly. But now, since the 100 Destruction Sword attendant had been recalled, Yi Xian would not be able to summon him for 3 days. Therefore, Yi Xian would not give Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King a chance to launch his attack. Deity Slaying Slash. 7 rays of light exploded. At the same time, the Buzhou Mountain seal in Yi Xian's hand flashed, and a huge mountain fell towards Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King. Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King was still in a daze. He had not completely recovered from the sudden disappearance of his ultimate mystique. Therefore, Yi Xian's sudden attack had caught him off guard. Damned human! How dare you sneak attack me? Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King was furious. This human had been challenging his authority from the start. Therefore, he had to kill this human no matter what. Of course, Yi Xian was also thinking the same thing. After all, this whirlwind heaven-swallowing Rat King was incomparably powerful. If Yi Xian didn't immediately kill him, then once he reacted, even if Yi Xian was able to escape, he would definitely be in an extremely miserable state. Cut the crap. Go to hell. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly charged towards the whirlwind sky-swallowing Rat King. The god-slaying sword in his hand continuously attacked, and the Buzhou Mountain seal also didn't stop attacking. Perhaps the Buzhou Mountain seal couldn't truly threaten the whirlwind Rat King, but it could still be of great use. Even whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King could not ignore the attacks of the Buzhou Mountain seal. Slash! 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 Yi Xian swung the God Slayer again and again, sending out deicide slashes one after another. Could be said that facing whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King, he had activated the tenfold critical hit effect of the God Slayer. This meant that every time Yi Xian attacked, it would be tenfold critical hit. However, even if it was 10 times the critical hit, it couldn't do much damage to that guy. Instead, it provoked whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King into a berserk state. Human! I want you dead! I want you dead! Whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King's eyes were glowing red. Clearly, he hated Yi Xian immensely. Suddenly, he opened his huge mouth. A black ball was spat out from his mouth. Human, enjoy this. I'll let you have a taste of my whirlwind sky-devouring rat tribe's innate mystique, endless devouring. The terrifying suction force made Yi Xian feel like he could not control himself. Even his divine consciousness felt like it was being swallowed by the black ball. The most important thing was that the devouring was actually only aimed at Yi Xian. Even the surrounding plants and rocks weren't affected in the slightest. In other words, the ball's devouring force was targeted. Damn it, Yi Xian was shocked. Yi Xian abruptly stabbed the god-slaying sword into the ground, then tightly gripped it. What should I do? If I don't explode now, Yi Xian will be sucked into an unknown space by the black ball. Yi Xian's mind raced. He even regretted recalling the Sword Chamberlain of 100 Destruction so quickly. However, slowly, Yi Xian realized that the devouring force was getting smaller and smaller. Could it be that whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King had given up? No, judging from the whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King's frenzied appearance, he had not given up. Then what was going on now? Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility, and that was resistance. Yi Xian's resistance to devouring was the highest. In that case, wouldn't it mean that it was the resistance that was working to cancel out the devouring power of the Black Sphere? Chapter 23:23. As time passed, Yi Xian could clearly feel the devouring power diminishing. To be more precise, it wasn't the whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King's attack that was weakening, but the effect of the devouring power on Yixin was weakening. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. That feeling was like being in an ice cellar. It was very cold at the start, but you kept putting on more clothes. That way, you wouldn't be afraid of the cold anymore. Furthermore, even the whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King could see that a faint black light had appeared around Yixin's body. That light was constantly counteracting the devouring power. Towards the end, Yixin was even able to move freely. Impossible, human, how did you do it? No one can resist my devouring power. How did you do it? The whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King's face was filled with shock. He couldn't understand how Yixin could counteract the devouring power. Of course, perhaps he would never understand, because he didn't have the chance to. After slowly adapting to the devouring power, Yixin launched another attack. The god-slaying sword and the Buzhou mountain seal took turns to attack. Although the whirlwind sky-swallowing Rat King was an inferior third-grade divine lord-level divine beast, it was impossible for him to withstand Yixin's berserk attacks that were guaranteed to explode with every strike. Boom! Another sword slashed out. This time, the whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King couldn't hold on any longer. He was sent flying by Yixin's sword. Damn it, human! I'll spare your life today. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King said angrily to Yixin as he tried to escape. But now he wanted to escape? It was too late. God-slaying slash. Divine talisman attack. Restriction attack. Buzhou mountain seal. Yixin didn't hold back in the slightest. He immediately unleashed his strongest attack. In an instant, the phantom image of Mount Buzhou appeared in the sky and the attack of the divine talisman appeared at the same time. On the ground, Yixin also swung the Godslayer and threw out one restriction after another. No! Damned human, you can't do this to me! The whirlwind heaven-devouring Rat King howled as it tried to escape. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. Boom! The phantom of Mount Buzhou smashed down. At the same time, the talismans, restrictions, and deity-slaying slash arrived. The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat's cries came to an abrupt end. It had actually been killed by Yixin's consecutive attacks. Ding! The host has killed the whirlwind heaven-devouring Rat King and obtained a drop of golden blood. Devour! With a wave of his hand, Yixin devoured the whirlwind heaven-swallowing Rat King and the other whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats he had killed. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now at Upper Grade 9 True God Realm. Upper Grade 9 True God Realm. In other words, as long as Yixin killed another Divine Lord Realm Divine Beast, he would be able to advance to the Divine Lord Realm. Once he advanced to the Divine Lord Realm, Yixin would also be able to master a nomological attack technique. Continue to kill. Yixin decisively made a decision. He would continue to fight and kill another divine beast. Sword Attendant Wanshuan was summoned by Yixin once again. He immediately searched for a suitable target in the distance. Of course, Yixin could not act immediately. He waited for 3 days because 3 days was just enough time to remove the cooldowns of the Sword Attendant 100 Destruction, Sword Attendant 1000 Beasts, and Sword Attendant Deity Blossom. 3 days later, Yixin arrived at the territory of another divine beast. This was a strange divine beast that looked a little like a tortoise but had the head of a divine dragon. This divine beast was very lazy. When Sword Attendant Wanshuan found him, he was lying on the ground. 3 days later, when Yixin came to find trouble with him, he was still lying there, motionless. System. Detect what kind of divine beast this is. Yixin said to the system. Ding. System notification. Target is a land dragon turtle. Ding. System notification. Land dragon turtles are descendants of the ancient dragon turtle. They have many bloodlines. Although they are collectively called land dragon turtles, they have different strengths. Ding. System notification. Target is a lower grade first divine lord realm divine beast. Special ability. Defense. Yixin was slightly taken aback. Special ability. Defense? What did this mean? System. How do you explain the land dragon turtle's special ability? Ding. System notification. Some land dragon turtles have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful attack power, some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful physique, and some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. Ding! The land dragon turtle that the host is facing has inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. It is immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord realm. What? Immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord realm. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Although he had just leveled up, he was only at the peak True God realm. This guy was immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord realm. Didn't that mean that even if the land dragon turtle lay there and allowed Yi Xian to hit it, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hurt it at all? How could there be such a crazy ability? How was Yi Xian going to deal with this guy? I don't believe it. My deity vanquishing slash has a chance of triggering the one-hit kill effect. Can't it do anything to this guy? Yi Xian didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to the land dragon turtle, so he directly launched an attack. The land dragon turtle glanced at Yi Xian from the corner of its eyes and actually didn't even bother to move. It allowed Yi Xian to continuously attack it. However, the land dragon turtle didn't even move from its crouching position, let alone defend against it. Ding! Host's attack has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Ding! Land dragon turtle's special attribute has been activated. The effect has been weakened. Yi Xian's attack had finally triggered the one-hit kill effect, but it had been weakened. What looked like an extremely powerful attack only left a faint white mark on the land dragon turtle's shell. Yi Xian's figure flashed and he immediately retreated to the side. He had to admit defeat. This guy's defensive power was really freakishly strong. No matter how Yi Xian attacked it, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to it even if he triggered the one-hit kill effect. So what other ways did Yi Xian have to deal with this guy? There was no other way. Yi Xian didn't have any other way to deal with this land dragon turtle. She calculated the time and realized that the filming should be over soon. Because Yi Xian had used his connection with Mi Yan, he was able to complete the transaction in advance. However, everyone else had to wait until the auction was over before they could bid for their items. This was an auction organized by the Divine Master, so no one dared to be presumptuous. Naturally, no one was worried about being robbed. Why did Yi Xian care about the time of the auction? Actually, he was more concerned about the mysterious person who destroyed the organization. That person was very strong. Could be said that Yi Xian wasn't his match at all. Chapter 23-24. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian had always been worried about the whereabouts of the Annihilation Organization in the Maple region. Now that the mysterious man had appeared, Yi Xian naturally had to follow him to find out. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. The ancient beast trapping formation was still in Yi Xian's hands, but Yi Xian dared not act rashly. After all, no one knew whether the ancient beast trapping formation had successfully controlled the ancient soul-devouring demon emperor. If it had not, then once Yi Xian was released, it would definitely be a catastrophe. What should he do? Now that Yi Xian was going to track down the mysterious man, not to mention whether Yi Xian would be able to avoid detection with his strength, even if he had not been detected and successfully found the hiding place of the Annihilation Organization, Yi Xian would not be able to do anything to him. But could he just let the mysterious man leave? After hesitating for a long time, Yi Xian could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that he had no other choice but to give up now. He had better look for another divine beast and upgrade to the Divine Lord realm. However, Yi Xian did not know that while he wanted to find trouble with the mysterious man also wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have to worry that the mysterious man would leave so soon. Before he took the ancient beast trapping formation from Yi Xian, the mysterious man would not leave. After all, the ancient soul-devouring demon emperor in Yi Xian's hands was too important for the Annihilation Organization. After making up his mind, Yi Xian quickly looked for another target. There was no shortage of divine beasts around the mysterious lake. So soon Yi Xian found a new target. System. Detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification. Detection successful. Scythe Beak Beast. Lower class Divine Lord Realm. Another low-level third-grade Divine Lord Realm Divine Beast? In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see just what was so special about this low-level third-grade Divine Lord Realm Divine Beast. System. Continue to detect his attributes. Ding! System notification. Detection successful. Scythe Beak Beast special ability 1 strike kill. The Sickle Beak Beast has a powerful attack power. His 2 arms are like 2 sharp sickles. Once it launches an attack, the power is incomparably strong. Ding! The Sickle Beak Beast's second special ability. Shriek. The mouth of the Sickle Beast is like a trumpet, able to amplify its voice and unleash a berserk attack power. It also has the ability to capture one's soul. Yi Xian nodded. He now had a basic understanding of the Sickle Beasts. Without hesitation, he summoned the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and defoliated Sword Servants to surround the Sickle Beak Beast. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could give the order to attack, the Sickle Beasts attacked first. It turned out that the Sickle Beak Beast had a strong sense of territory. Once any enemy stepped into its territory, it would attack without hesitation. The Sickle Beak Beast suddenly accelerated and charged forward. Its arms were as sharp as sickles and had countless serrated teeth. Poochie! Poochie! With a series of sounds, the Sickle Beak Beast killed more than a dozen Divine Beast mounts with a single charge. Moreover, the Sickle Beak Beast was extremely fast. After one attack, another attack followed. 1,000 Beasts Feast! Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately activated the 1,000 Beasts Feast, hoping to strengthen the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants. Even so, the Sickle Beak Beast continued to wreak havoc among the Divine Beast mounts. Boom! With another charge, the berserk strength of the Sickle Beak Beast actually split a large mountain in half. This Sickle Beak Beast's attack power was not ordinary. Surrounded by the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Divine Beast mounts, and with the defoliated Sword Servant support, it could still unleash such powerful destructive power. Spiritual control. Yi Xian knew very well that if the Sickle Beak Beast was allowed to wreak havoc, all the Divine Beast mounts would be slowly wiped out. Therefore, Yi Xian could not give this Sickle Beak Beast any space to charge. Fortunately, the Sickle Beak Beast's intelligence was only average. In other words, even if its cultivation base was higher than Yi Xian's spiritual control would still be able to affect it to a certain extent. Indeed, as soon as Yi Xian activated his spiritual control, the Sickle Beak Beast's speed dropped significantly, and it even paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Divine Beast mounts all pounced forward. This time, Yi Xian had summoned more than 300 Platinum Divine Beast mounts, as well as more than 20 Purple Gold Divine Beast mounts. This could be considered an explosion of summons. Therefore, once the Sickle Beak Beast was surrounded by God-tier mounts, its charging space would be reduced, and its power would be greatly reduced. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the Sickle Beak Beast would break free from the suppression of spiritual control before the Divine Beast mounts could successfully surround it. No, I can't let it continue to charge. I have to surround it. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. System, use resources to exchange for the success rate of spiritual control. I have to suppress that guy. Ding. Exchange successful. In an instant, the power of spiritual control that Yi Xian released was strengthened once again. However, the gap between the realms was too great. Moreover, there was still a limit between the true God realm and the Godlord realm. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had unleashed the full potential of spiritual control, he could only barely suppress the Sickle Beak Beast. It was impossible to truly control it. Of course, this was already enough. With Yi Xian's help, the Divine Beast mounts all rushed forward and completely surrounded the Sickle Beak Beast, preventing it from using its Sickle Beak Beast's charge ability. However, this was already enough. All of you, attack together and kill it. Following Yi Xian's command, the Divine Beast mounts launched a frenzied attack. In the sky, on the ground, and even underground, there were Divine Beast mounts appearing continuously and launching rapid attacks. Yi Xian himself was not idle either. With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhintian sent the Godslayer flying. Yi Xian stood proudly in midair. He watched as the Sickle Beak Beast was surrounded and beaten. Wanting to fight Yi Xian in close combat? Wishful thinking. A godlord divine beast just had to fight Yi Xian in close combat. Wasn't that just asking to be beaten up? Roar! The sickle-beak beast launched its sound attack, but it was too late. Although several divine beast mounts were sent flying, even more divine beast mounts were waiting to fill in the gaps. The pitiful sickle-beak beast would never have dreamed that he would lose in close combat, that it would be beaten to death in such a miserable manner. Devour! After Yi Xian recalled the 1,000 beast sword servants and the petal god sword servants, he immediately activated his devouring ability. Ding! Host has killed the sickle-beak beast. Obtained 1 drop of golden blood. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st-grade low-level godlord. Chapter 23-25. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! Nomological laws are being randomly selected. Ding! System notification. According to the host's attributes, the devouring nomological laws have been automatically selected. Ding! Host, please take note. The host's devouring ability has been strengthened. From now on, the host can not only use devouring to level up, but also to kill enemies. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Ding! System notification. The host's current nomological powers are too low. It is recommended that the host quickly level up or obtain more devouring nomological laws to strengthen the power of the nomological laws. Ding! The host's domain space has begun construction. The host's current realm is insufficient and cannot complete. Ding! The host's Myriad Sovereign Bloodline Special Skill 3 has been activated. Lock on to devouring. Lock on to devouring. The host can focus his devouring ability to destroy a specific target. This skill can be controlled from a distance and cause continuous damage. At the same time, this skill can be used together with the Eternal Domain. Ding! The host does not have enough Eternal points to activate the skill. Ding! The host has been promoted to the Lord Realm. The Eternal Bloodline Special Attribute has been activated. Forced Devouring. The host can forcibly devour any nomological powers for his own use. At the same time, he can also collect nomological fragments and nomological powers. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Forced devouring has a certain risk of backlash. Please select the target before using it. Ding! A new system notification has been activated. From now on, the system will automatically analyze the nomological powers that the host is facing to see if they can be devoured. The long series of system notifications made Yi Xian understand one thing. That was, he was about to start a new chapter in his life. The battle of the laws would definitely be more thrilling than the previous battles. However, no matter what, this upgrade had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. Just the Eternal Bloodline alone had unlocked 2 new abilities. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This was a smile he could not help but reveal. The Annihilation Organization. It's time for you to pay the price. The Annihilation Organization was a mysterious organization that Yi Xian had encountered the moment he arrived in the realm of the gods. Previously, they had been causing trouble for Yi Xian. This time, it was Yi Xian's turn to cause trouble for them. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The sect system has been repaired. As the host has been promoted to the Lord Realm and Lord Realm, from now on, the host can rely on the sect system to build his own strength. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly gave him another notification. Of course, Yi Xian would not mind such a prompt. Even if there were 10 more, Yi Xian would not be satisfied. However, it was clear that the benefits of advancing to the Divine Lord Realm had all been given out, so Yi Xian did not continue to receive any more notifications. System, send me back to the Kunlun realm. It's time to find that mysterious man. Could be said that even now, Yi Xian was no match for the mysterious man. However, Yi Xian would not let go of this opportunity. From now on, he would take the initiative to find trouble with the Annihilation Organization. After Yi Xian returned to the Kunlun realm, he teleported to the Godlord Palace through the Kunlun realm and started searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious man. Of course, the mysterious person who destroyed the organization was also looking for Yi Xian. His main goal this time was the ancient beast trapping formation. Who would have thought that it would be snatched away by Yi Xian? Therefore, this guy was prepared to snatch it back from Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could not find Yi Xian's whereabouts no matter how hard he tried. Although the Annihilation Organization was strong, they did not have much power in the Kunlun realm. He did not have the ability to check on Yi Xian's information. After searching for a while, the mysterious person could not find Yi Xian's whereabouts. Therefore, he could only leave helplessly. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had been secretly watching him. As for Sword Attendant Wanxuan, he was less than 1,000 meters away from him at all times. Of course, Sword Attendant Wanxuan was so small that he would not attract the attention of others. Even if he was seen occasionally, he would be treated as a sex toy. Yi Xian followed behind the mysterious person from a distance. Of course, he was also prepared to escape at any time. After all, if they really fought, Yi Xian was no match for this mysterious person. Fortunately, the mysterious person did not discover Yi Xian. In fact, he did not even discover Sword Attendant Wanxuan. This guy could be considered to be more vigilant. He took a big detour before returning to the Maple region. Unfortunately, Yi Xian knew where his destination was from the beginning. Therefore, he waited at the teleportation portal of the Maple region. No matter how he took a detour, he could not escape from Yi Xian's grasp. By the time the mysterious person came out of the teleportation portal, Yi Xian had already discovered him. Continuing to follow, Yi Xian found the secret realm not long after. To be honest, if this mysterious person did not lead the way, Yi Xian would not have discovered the Annihilation Organization's secret realm. It was a huge mountain, a barren mountain. There was not even a single plant on it, let alone divine beasts. In the middle of the mountain was a lake filled with poisonous gas. The entrance to the secret realm was at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, it was set up with layers of restrictions. It could be said that if Yi Xian was not also a restriction grandmaster, even if he discovered it, he would not be able to enter at all. However, even so, Yi Xian did not dare to enter rashly. After all, this was the base of the Annihilation Organization. If Yi Xian entered so easily, he would definitely be in trouble. Of course, this was not a problem for Yi Xian at all. Wasn't the Li family an ancient aristocratic family? Weren't they powerful? Then let them open the way for him. The Li family was a super big family. Naturally, they had many affiliated families. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was impossible for him to provoke the Li family. However, those affiliated families had nothing to worry about. The Blood Cloud sect was one of the affiliated sects of the Li family. At the same time, the Blood Cloud sect was also a big family. Almost the entire Blood Cloud city belonged to them. The Blood Cloud sect was not too far away from the Maple region. Therefore, Yi Xian set his sights on the Blood Cloud sect. Have you remembered everything I've told you? Yi Xian specially made a set of special clothes and wrapped himself up tightly. At the same time, he directly controlled a disciple of the Blood Cloud sect with his spiritual sense and gave him an ancient resource. At the same time, he also gave him 2 maps and some information about the location of the Annihilation Organization. The plan was very simple. Yi Xian just wanted news about the appearance of an ancient secret treasure. Moreover, it was not just one, but many. This disciple of the Blood Cloud sect had been infected by the poisonous gas that Yi Xian specially used from the lake where the Annihilation Organization was located. After he sent the message, there would only be one result. How could this disciple of the Blood Cloud sect, who was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense, resist? By the time he woke up, he would already be dead. Yi Xian stood quietly in a tea house, waiting for the message to be sent back. That disciple of the Blood Cloud sect had been made very miserable by Yi Xian. After all, one had to go all out to put on a show. Chapter 23-26. Quickly bring me to see the elder. That Snow Cloud sect disciple shouted urgently. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD Senior Brother. What happened to you? How did you suffer such heavy injuries? Quick, no more nonsense. Quickly bring me to see the elder. As he spoke, that blood cloud sect disciple even spat out a mouthful of black blood. His junior brother naturally did not dare to tarry as he directly supported him and rushed into the great hall. At this moment, the blood cloud sect's grand elder had already arrived. How did you end up like this? The grand elder quickly came to the side of that blood cloud sect disciple, preparing to treat his injuries. However, that disciple would not agree at all as he directly took out a resource from his spatial ring. Grand Elder, I accidentally entered a mysterious place. This is the resource I obtained there. However, the poisonous chi there is confusing. Also, it seems that someone discovered it first. This disciple is useless, only being able to obtain this resource. Also, this is a map of that place. This disciple had originally prepared 2 copies, but one of them was lost in the city. As that disciple finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of black blood, directly dying on the spot. How could that grand elder still be in the mood to care about that disciple now? He was completely attracted by the resource that the disciple had brought back. This is the Wutong Divine Stone that can only be produced in ancient secret realms. Heavens, it's actually the Wutong Divine Stone. Quickly gather all the elders and have all the disciples return to the sect. Also, search the entire city. We must not let the other map be taken away by anyone. Very quickly, the entire Blood Cloud sect entered a state of anxiety. At this time, Yi Xian's plan could already be said to have succeeded. Groups of Blood Cloud sect disciples searched the city unceasingly. Unfortunately, apart from letting everyone in Blood Cloud City know about the map, it was completely useless. Yi Xian had plenty of maps. Very quickly, map after map rapidly appeared in Blood Cloud City. While those of the Blood Cloud sect were searching without restraint, it was completely useless. Chief, we can't wait any longer. We must act now. Once someone takes the initiative, the treasure will be taken away by others. That's right, Chief. According to that disciple's report, that place has already been discovered. If we still don't act, I'm afraid that there won't be anything left. This is the ancient mystery dimension. A group of elders surrounded the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, incomparably excited. Of course I know, but the news from the Li family hasn't arrived yet. What do you mean by leaving home or not? Chief, what have our Blood Cloud clan obtained from leaving home for so long? Now that the ancient mystery land has appeared, if we still hesitate, we will never have the chance to grow stronger. Good. Inform the disciples to move out. Follow the directions on the map and kill them. The chief of the Blood Cloud clan finally made up his mind. However, the news had already spread. Map after map was sent back to the various forces. Yi Xian had originally only wanted to create some chaos so that the Blood Cloud clan would make their move sooner. Unexpectedly, however, it had actually caused several powers to simultaneously rush towards the location of the extermination organization. Of course, Yi Xian would not miss this feast of slaughter. Therefore, Yi Xian and Shen Yi mingled in the crowd and headed towards the annihilation organization. The people of the annihilation organization would never have thought that their secret base would actually be discovered by others. Moreover, those who had gone there at the beginning were only loose cultivators with average strength. Therefore, they had directly dealt with them as they had done before. However, apart from strengthening the confidence of the Blood Cloud clan and the other forces, it had no other use at all. Therefore, war was inevitable. This was the headquarters of the annihilation organization. They could not easily give it up. Even if they wanted to give it up, they had to at least transport the resources they had collected here away. It was a pity that they could not. The people of the Blood Cloud clan had been schemed against by Yi Xian right from the start. The moment they appeared, they had brought a large number of people with them. The disciples of the annihilation organization had tried to rush out several times, but their intelligence had been destroyed. After being killed, their resources had been exposed, which had only further aroused the battle intent of the Blood Cloud clan. Yi Xian was calm and unruffled in the crowd. Occasionally, he would kill a few disciples of the Blood Cloud clan or the annihilation organization. No one would notice him. No one would know that this was all part of a well-planned scheme. The annihilation organization had already been suppressed by the people sent by Mi Yan once. Naturally, they would think that the people sent to annihilate them this time. The Blood Cloud clan, on the other hand, felt that the Annihilation Organization had already obtained the treasures and would naturally not tell the truth. Therefore, the two forces did not even bother to explain to each other. The war lasted for several months. Almost every day, the Blood Cloud clan would organize people to attack. The Annihilation Organization would naturally defend. The Annihilation Organization had plundered so many resources. Therefore, even ordinary disciples would have a lot of resources on them. Killing a disciple of the Annihilation Organization would undoubtedly earn them a lot. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 2nd grade lower true god. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had advanced by another level. After all, Yi Xian would naturally not waste the spatial rings of those who had been killed by Yi Xian. Therefore, after slowly accumulating, Yi Xian had actually advanced by a level. At this time, the war between the Blood Cloud clan and the Annihilation Organization could be said to be white-hot. The Blood Cloud clan had already discovered the entrance to the secret realm and was certain that it was the ancient secret realm. The Annihilation Organization would naturally not allow the Blood Cloud clan to enter. After all, they were an organization that could not be exposed to the light. Therefore, they could only fight. During this period of time, the total number of casualties on both sides was probably in the tens of thousands. However, the war still showed no signs of stopping. Yi Xian had been waiting for that mysterious person to come out and fight the chief of the Blood Cloud clan. Unfortunately, that mysterious person was like a coward, not coming out no matter what. However, Yi Xian naturally did not mind. Even if it took a few more months or even a few more years, Yi Xian would not mind. It was fine as long as they could annihilate the Annihilation Organization. Besides, after all, Yi Xian could also train. As time passed, that mysterious person finally could not hide any longer and directly rushed out with his people. Blood Cloud clan, don't push us too far. We have already said that this is the base of our clan, not some ancient secret realm. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? Haha, you say that this is the base of your clan? Sure. Then, how about letting us in to take a look? Both sides drew their swords, but did not know that Yi Xian had already stealthily moved towards the base of the Annihilation Organization from another location. These restrictions were of no threat to Yi Xian at all. In fact, Yi Xian would even add various concealment restrictions on top of the original restrictions. At this time, the elites of the Annihilation Organization were all outside competing with the Blood Cloud clan. This was the best time for Yi Xian to sneak in. The concealment function of the Wings of the Gods had already been activated. Chapter 23-27. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian advanced stealthily without any hindrance. However, it was only after he entered that he realized how big the secret territory of annihilation was. Yi Xian first entered a barren land. If not for the fact that he occasionally bumped into a few disciples of annihilation, Yi Xian would have suspected that there was nothing here. However, as he ventured deeper, he finally arrived at the core of Annihilation's stronghold. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. This was a place made up of tens of thousands of palaces. Furthermore, each palace was cultivated independently in the void. They were only connected by pontoon bridges. Furthermore, each of these palaces was protected by a special restriction. Furthermore, most of the palaces had guardian mythical beasts. Of course, the mythical beasts used by Annihilation were all demon gods. It was only now that Yi Xian understood why Annihilation kept resurrecting demon gods. Their fundamental purpose was to use them as their guardian demon gods. Fortunately, most of the disciples of Annihilation had already left. Therefore, even if Yi Xian sneaked in, he would not be discovered. At this point, Yi Xian had already found a disciple of Annihilation. This person's cultivation level was at the upper grade 9 true god realm. He could be considered to have a higher cultivation level among the disciples who stayed behind. Yi Xian stealthily approached that person. However, the moment he approached, that person discovered him. "Who's there? Who's there?" The disciple suddenly looked in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian had used the concealment function of the Wings of the Gods. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for Annihilation to discover him. However, someone had discovered him. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Either there was a special detection restriction here, or this disciple of Annihilation had some kind of detection ability. However, regardless of the reason, Yi Xian did not care. Since this person had discovered him, Yi Xian did not hesitate. Spiritual control. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully controlling the target. This guy's cultivation level was lower than Yi Xian's, and he was scheming against Yi Xian, so how could Yi Xian resist? Tell me the situation here. Tell me everything you know. Yes, master. The disciple that was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly told Yi Xian everything he knew. It turned out that every palace here had a special restriction. These restrictions protected these palaces, and some could even communicate with the guardian demon gods. Every Annihilation stronghold had a very important place. Fey God's Temple, Skill Imparting Hall, Treasure Hall, Divine Ability Hall, and Punishment Hall. The Wuxia Palace was the core of the Annihilation organization. The Treasure Hall was naturally where the treasures were stored. The Supernatural Powers Hall was where the Annihilation organization stored their supernatural powers. These two places were the most heavily guarded. Even the upper-class true god disciple controlled by Yi Xian was not qualified to enter. Next were the Skill Imparting Hall and Punishment Hall. Their functions were similar, and they were both places where supernatural powers were imparted. However, one was a place where learning was allowed, while the other was only allowed to learn if one had made a contribution. Furthermore, if one made a mistake, one would be punished in the Punishment Hall. These two places were heavily guarded because a large number of disciples gathered at any time, and the protective restrictions were very strong. As for the Fey God's Temple, nominally it was the easiest place to defend, but in reality it was the most dangerous place. The resurrected Fey gods of the Annihilation organization would gather here to be tamed. Not all of these Yao gods would be so obedient, so it was inevitable that they would be tamed. The ancient Fey gods had always been the Annihilation organization's biggest helper, and also its strongest fighter. Different ancient Fey gods had different supernatural powers, so naturally, there were differences in their combat strength. Some ancient Fey gods even had special supernatural powers, so they were extremely dangerous. The Annihilation organization used a very special method to tame these ancient Fey gods. At the same time, they would also modify them and turn them into their most powerful trump cards. One could imagine how dangerous the Fey God Temple was. The 5 great halls were the core of the Annihilation organization. However, other than the 5 great halls, there were also some special halls. For example, the Totem Divine Beast Hall was specially used to imprison the Totem Divine Beasts. The Blood Sacrifice Slave Hall was used to imprison people who were captured by the Annihilation organization and were prepared to be used as blood sacrifices at any time. Wait a minute. Yi Xian only needed to listen to these introductions to know that the Annihilation organization was extraordinarily strict. After learning the information he wanted from this disciple, Yi Xian killed him casually. Then he continued to move forward. Of course, this time Yi Xian already had a clear plan and a clear roadmap in mind. After all, this disciple was only an upper-class true god, so he did not have a comprehensive understanding of the base. There were also some places that this disciple did not even know what to do. As for these mysterious areas, Yi Xian put them last. His first target now was the Annihilation Organization's Treasure Hall. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that as long as he could loot the Annihilation Organization's Treasure Hall, he would make a huge profit. At the same time, he could also deal a heavy blow to the Annihilation Organization's stronghold. With a target in mind, Yi Xian naturally would not stop. In an instant, he rushed out. Along the way, he avoided all the dangerous halls and the Annihilation Organization's disciples. Under the watchful eyes of countless enemies, Yi Xian directly arrived at the treasure hall. Is this the Annihilation Organization's treasure hall? There doesn't seem to be any danger, Yi Xian said indifferently. This was because he had already arrived outside the treasure hall. However, he did not expect to encounter danger as soon as he stepped in. He saw that the sculptures, which were originally just for decoration, had all come to life. Moreover, the moment these guys woke up, they launched a frenzied attack on Yixin. Damn it! These damn things have no vitality at all. They are all puppets. Yixin was quite depressed. It was only when these things attacked him that he realized that they were all puppets. Ding! System notification. The host has entered a special space, the puppet domain. Please be careful. The puppet domain was a protective domain set up by special means. In this domain, all the puppets had the special effect of being immortal and indestructible. Even if they were completely crushed, they would be reborn. The way to break it was to destroy the restriction core. System. Search for the restriction core here. Yixin directly ordered the system. After all, it would be difficult for him to find it himself. The Annihilation Organization's disciples had turned all the untamed ancient demon gods, as well as the powerhouses who had been captured from the outside, into puppets. These puppets had extremely strong offensive instincts. As long as they detected that someone who did not have a peer token or was not a disciple of the Annihilation Organization had intruded, they would fight to the death. Chapter 23-28. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This time, Yixin did not summon the 1,000 Beasts sword servants. Instead, he relied on himself to kill the puppets. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. This was because Yixin knew that these damned puppets were useless even after Yixin summoned the 1,000 Beast sword servants. Instead, he used the 1,000 Beast sword servants first. After all, Yixin still had many places to go. Boom! 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 Every time Yixin swung his sword, he killed a puppet. However, within the puppet domain, these puppets were undying existences. Even if Yixin killed them, it wouldn't affect them in the slightest. No matter how much Yixin killed, no matter how thoroughly he destroyed them, it wouldn't be long before a new puppet appeared. Ding! System notification. Detection failed. Ding! System notification. Increased detection area failed. Ding! System notification. Enhancing detection. Detection successful. Finally, the system gave him the core of the puppet territory. Yixin looked at the core in a daze. Yixin did not expect the core to be the base of a statue. There were tens of thousands of statue bases here, and every one of them looked exactly the same. Other than some differences in size, there were no other differences. If it was not for the system's detection, Yixin would not have guessed it. However, now that his target was clear, Yixin would not stay behind. He immediately rushed towards the base of the statue. How dare you trespass into my treasure pavilion? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Puppets could not speak, so the voice naturally came from a disciple of the Annihilation Organization. At that moment, a disciple of the Annihilation Organization appeared on the base of the statue. Ding! System notification. Target set. Lower rank 5 Divine Lord. Divine Lord? It seemed that this guy was the elder of the Annihilation Organization who had stayed behind to guard the treasure pavilion. Yixin did not want to waste time with this person. He immediately rushed forward, the god-slaying sword in his hand swinging. An array of sword light shot out. However, that person did not even move. With a wave of his hand, a puppet appeared in front of the sword light. It absorbed all of Yixin's attack. This guy was actually able to control these puppets at will within the puppet domain. As long as they were within the range of the puppet territory, all of them could appear at his will. Yixin's translation. After missing his first attack, that person naturally, he would not give Yixin a second. In an instant, hundreds of puppets appeared in front of Yixin. Without warning, Yixin they surrounded and attacked. Yixin. Damn! Yixin was furious. The god-slaying sword in his hand continuously attacked, quickly killing the puppets one by one. What was the use was translation. Under the control of that Annihilation Organization disciple, every time Yixin killed a puppet, 2 more would appear. Not only did the number of puppets around him not decrease, but it increased. This could not go on. Yixin kept thinking of a countermeasure, but it seemed that no matter what method he used, it would not be easy to break through the puppet territory. It seemed that he had to use all his strength. Yixin waved his hand, and the 1,000-beast sword attendants and blossom god sword attendants appeared by his side. At the same time, they summoned their divine mounts and blossom god sword attendants. "Kill them," Yi Xian ordered. Very quickly, the divine mounts and blossom god sword attendants attacked without any regard for the consequences. The battle between the puppets and the divine mounts was on the verge of breaking out. Yi Xian did not hesitate to charge at the Annihilation Organization disciple. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. But so what? In front of me, all your tricks are useless. Die obediently." That person was not the least bit intimidated by Yi Xian's charge. Instead, he said disdainfully. In his eyes, Yi Xian's attacks were futile, because no matter how Yi Xian attacked, he could summon his puppets in an instant to break through. Yi Xian attacked continuously, but each time, his attacks were broken by the puppets summoned by that person. It could be said that as long as there were puppets in the puppet space, he was practically invincible. Of course, that was just practically. 6-syllable mantra. Compound. Suddenly, Yi Xian used a mystique that he had not used before. 6-syllable mantra. Compound word formula. Ever since Yi Xian had obtained the 6-syllable mantra, he had frequently used the life, death, injury, and incomplete word formula. But this was the first time he had used the compound word formula. The 6-syllable mantra, compound word formula, directly copied a target. Its strength was equivalent to Yi Xian's realm. Could be said that this compound word formula had very serious limitations. If Yi Xian faced an opponent with a lower cultivation level, he would not need to use it at all. But against an opponent with a higher cultivation level, even if he summoned it, it would not be very useful. That was why Yi Xian did not use it much. But this did not mean that the compound word formula was useless. In fact, in this battle, for example, using the compound word formula was very suitable, because the copied mirror image would have a specific mystique. In an instant, following Yi Xian's command, a ray of light formed beside Yi Xian. This ray of light condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the disciple of the Annihilation Organization. That person looked at Yi Xian's actions in shock. At the same time, he looked at the mirror image in shock and could not help but ask, "What mystique is this? How can you copy me?" Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but he did not care about that person's question. He just looked at that person coldly. "No, it can't be a real copy. It's impossible to have such a mystique. Haha, you just made a puppet that looks like me. Why, do you think that will scare me? Kid, you think too much." That person laughed arrogantly. In his mind, his mystique could not be copied, and Yi Xian's actions were futile. But was that really the case? When that person saw that the mirror image had been copied, he waved his hand and 10 puppets appeared beside the mirror image. It seemed like he wanted to destroy the mirror image directly. But what happened next made him unable to remain calm. That was because the mirror image also waved its hand and summoned 10 puppets to fight against the puppets of the Exterminating Organization disciple. This is impossible. This is impossible. These puppets were carefully refined by me. These puppets have been imprinted with divine lattice imprints, so they will only listen to me. Impossible, impossible, how can you summon them? That person was terrified, because the mirror image that Yi Xian had summoned was actually able to summon his puppet at will. This was simply unprecedented. Ding! System notification. A special law that can be engulfed has been detected. Puppet law is recommended that the host kill the target and forcibly engulf it. Chapter 23-29. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the body of eternity could devour the power of other laws, Yi Xian had only encountered a few enemies with the power of laws. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. However, he had never encountered an enemy that could devour the power of laws. At most, they would drop fragments of laws. Why was he able to devour the power of laws this time? Could it be? Yi Xian looked at the mirror image that he had summoned using the 6 syllables mantra. His heart was filled with doubt. This was because Yi Xian could only think of this mirror image that could devour the power of laws this time. System. What are the conditions for forcibly devouring the power of laws? Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Temporarily unknown. Ding. System notification. Known condition for forcibly devouring the power of laws. When the host uses the 6 syllables mantra to create a mirror image that completely replicates the target's power of laws and kills the target, the host can obtain the power of laws by devouring the mirror image. Ding. System notification. The 6 syllables mantra has a chance of summoning a mirror image that completely replicates the target's power of laws. So that's how it is. Yi Xian immediately understood. In other words, the 6 syllables mantra had a chance of summoning a mirror image that had the exact same power as the enemy. If such a mirror image appeared, Yi Xian just had to kill the enemy before the mirror image was destroyed. That meant that the mirror image had inherited the enemy's power of laws. Then, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the enemy's power of laws by devouring the mirror image. This setting perfectly escaped the natural law of conservation, allowing Yi Xian to use the mirror image to achieve his goal of devouring the power of laws. Yi Xian could only say that, awesome. This was simply too awesome. As long as he found a way to devour the power of laws, then everything would be fine. In an instant, Yi Xian wore a smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on the Annihilation Organization disciple. This person must be killed. No matter what the puppet law was, as long as it was the power of laws, Yi Xian would not despise it. Kill him. Suddenly, Yi Xian's figure accelerated again. The god-slaying sword in his hand was thrown out, allowing Wei Zhentian to control it as he looked for a suitable opportunity to attack. Spiritual sense control. System. Give me the success rate of the treasure exchange. I want to use my spiritual sense to disrupt that guy's attack rhythm. Withered bone sword servants, totem beasts, come out. Even if you are useless now, stop the attacks of those puppets. Flower goddess, use your long-range attacks and cover him from all sides. In an instant, Yi Xian used all the means at his disposal and launched a barrage of attacks. Yi Xian had many special abilities, but due to various restrictions, he could not use all of them at once. However, the strength that Yi Xian had just displayed was more than enough. The withered bone sword attendants and all of the totemic beasts charged forward. Of course, there was also Wei Zhentian's god-slaying sword, as well as the 100-flower goddess. In the blink of an eye, all the attacks arrived at the same time. The disciple of the extermination organization had never expected that he would be instantly killed by someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. Boom! With one punch, Yi Xian used his fist to destroy the person's divine spark. He couldn't be more dead. Forceful devouring. Let me see what use the puppet nomological laws have. After Yi Xian took the person's yin and yang ring, he did not hesitate and immediately activated his forceful devouring. A mysterious force surrounded the mirror image and disintegrated it continuously. After a while, only a speck of light was left. That speck of light rushed into Yi Xian's forehead. In an instant, Yi Xian mastered the puppet nomological laws. The puppet nomological laws could only be considered an unorthodox nomological law. Its purpose was to refine and control puppets. However, once the puppet nomological laws reached a certain level, they would have a similar ability to spiritual sense control. That was to control the target. However, the puppet nomological laws were even more domineering. They could directly erase the target's spiritual sense and control them completely. Of course, to Yi Xian, regardless of whether the puppet nomological laws were good or bad, it was still the first nomological power that he had devoured. Therefore, it was still worth celebrating. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully devoured the first nomological power. Special title, Devourer of Laws. Ding! System notification. Special title, Devourer of Laws, will increase the success rate of the Devourer of Laws. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully devoured the first nomological power. System will randomly give a reward. Ding! Reward drawing in progress. Congratulations to host. You have obtained a special treasure map. Special treasure map. Ruins of the ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace. There were a total of 5 treasure maps. Once all 5 treasure maps are collected, the host will be qualified to enter the Ancient Nine Netherworld Emperor's Palace. Ding! The Ancient Nine Netherworld Emperor's Palace is extremely dangerous. System recommends host to begin collecting it after reaching the Godly King realm. Ding! Special mission, treasure map of the Ancient Nine Netherworld Emperor's Palace. Mission objective, annihilate the Li family. Upon completion of the mission, host will receive a treasure map. Annihilate the Li family. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This mission was too much. It was the Li family, an ancient family of the Kunlun divine domain. How could it be annihilated just like that? No wonder the system recommended Yi Xian to collect it after reaching the Godly King realm. Even if he was at the Godly King realm, it would be extremely difficult. But at least Yi Xian now had a target. Out of the 5 treasure maps, the clue to the second one had appeared. Without the obstruction of the disciple from the extermination organization, Yi Xian was basically able to break through this puppet domain without the slightest bit of suspense. After a while, Yi Xian walked out of the puppet territory. However, just as Yi Xian was entangled with the disciples guarding the Annihilation Treasure Pavilion had already gathered. The moment Yi Xian walked out of the puppet territory, he was immediately surrounded and attacked. Kill this man, one of the Annihilation Elders said in a low voice. At this time, there were only 30 Annihilation disciples guarding the Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, other than him, who was a first-grade Divine Lord, the others were only at the True God realm. After all, this was just one of the Annihilation sect's strongholds. Where could they find so many Divine Lords? Yi Xian looked at the charging Annihilation disciples with disdain. He raised his hand lightly and said, "Die!" There was no sound, no warning. Those disciples didn't even make the slightest sound before they all fell to the ground. Their godheads already shattered. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" The elder held a treasure in his hand, his eyes filled with anger. "Why should I kill you? Haha, this is a joke. Annihilation Sect is a group that everyone has the right to kill. Tell me, why should I kill you?" Chapter 2330. You, who are you? How do you know that I'm from Annihilation? The elder was horrified. In fact, compared to his disciples being killed and his stronghold being besieged, Yi Xian knowing that they were from Annihilation was more frightening. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. Annihilation was a taboo in the realm of the gods after all. Even if any faction was suspected to be from Annihilation, they would be besieged in an instant. Annihilation was a taboo. Who I am is not important. You only need to know that I will be the one to annihilate your annihilation. Yi Xian said calmly. Haha. Haha, you? You think you can go against Annihilation? Kid, you really dare to say anything. Don't worry, from today onwards, you will be Annihilation's mortal enemy. Suddenly, the elder laughed maniacally. At the same time, waves of black gas were emitted from his body. As soon as the black gas appeared, it immediately disappeared into the void. Not good. Yi Xian was shocked. Although he did not know what method the elder used, he knew that he was sending a message. Die for me! Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword, directly shattering the elder's godhead. However, the elder did not show any intention of dodging or defending. He was even laughing. Kid, it's too late. Those who know of Annihilation's existence must die. From today onwards, you will be subjected to Annihilation's wrath. Enjoy it slowly. Haha. The elder's voice stopped abruptly. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that he had made a mistake this time. He did not expect Annihilation's people to have such means. Of course, Yi Xian did not care at all. After all, Annihilation was an existence that he had to annihilate. They were his absolute enemies. What was there to worry about? Wrath? Let's see if they have the ability to do so. Yi Xian did not care about this person. At this time, the treasure hall did not have any defensive power, so Yi Xian did not hesitate to rush in. All the treasures that the Annihilation organization had plundered were stored here. Every 10,000 years, they would use special means to transport a portion of the resources to the headquarters. After all, they had accumulated quite a lot of treasures during this period of time. However, there wasn't much that was useful. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't mind either. It was unknown if it was because of that person's warning, but in short, Yi Xian didn't receive any resistance as he charged forward. Moreover, even the members of the extermination organization who were engaged in a bloody battle outside quickly retreated. They were planning to completely abandon this base. To be more precise, those who retreated were the real members of Annihilation, while the peripheral members were left behind to be buried with the base. The people of the Blood Cloud clan finally got their wish as they successfully entered the secret realm. However, what shocked them was that the mystic realm that they had finally broken through after risking their lives was not an ancient mystic realm at all. Let alone an ancient mystic realm. There weren't many treasures in it. What Yi Xian had left for them was only the demon god's palace. Even the people in the blood sacrifice hall had been rescued by Yi Xian. The Blood Cloud clan had suffered heavy losses this time, but had gained nothing. How could they not be angry? It was a pity that they would never know what exactly had happened. At this time, Yi Xian was leading these people in the direction of Linfeng City. Linfeng City was in ruins because of the Annihilation organization. Although Miyu had paid a little attention to this place because of Yi Xian, one could only rely on oneself to nurture talents. At this time, seeing Yi Xian bringing back all the people who had been abducted, the entire Linfeng City was in an uproar. It must be known that this time, Yi Xian had rescued no less than 1 million people. Who knew what kind of blood sacrifice the Annihilation organization had for them to capture so many people? There were high and low cultivation bases among these people, but the highest was only at the lower True God stage. Those with higher cultivation bases had already been turned into puppets by the Annihilation organization or dealt with in other ways. Of course, many totemic divine beasts had also been brought back. Totemic beasts were not of much use to the current Yi Xian. After all, he rarely used them. Therefore, it was better to leave them to the Linfeng City to be tamed. When needed, Yi Xian could come and retrieve them. In the entire Linfeng City, the highest cultivation base was now only that fellow at the 6th grade True God stage. It was rather pitiful. At this time, the Linfeng City had long since submitted to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally could not leave them alone. He left a large amount of ordinary resources that were useless to him to the Linfeng City, and then stayed for a few more days before leaving. At this time, in Yi Xian's heart, the Linfeng City was perhaps just a place where he could gain faith points. Of course, Yi Xian was not too concerned about what would happen in the future. The matter of the Linfeng City was resolved perfectly, which was good news for Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he did not even have time to rest for a few days before Miyu and Kuan Buyu came looking for him. "Why are you two here? What's the matter?" "I say, Yi Xian, I can't see you all day long. I don't know what you're busy with, but I'm afraid you're in trouble this time," Kuan Buyu said very casually to Yi Xian. "Trouble? What trouble?" Yi Xian was stunned. "It's the Li family. Although my sister has already warned them, the Li family is still very powerful. Even my sister can't do anything about it. They may be wary of your strength, but they won't let you go. I'm afraid you won't be able to be so carefree for a while." "Your Highness, you mean the Li family is looking for trouble with me?" "Yes, but it won't be the Li family directly. It will be their subordinate forces. Naturally, there are many Li family members in the Kunlun realm. I've received news that they are preparing to make a move on you. Soon, someone will challenge you. They want to use the challenge to kill you." Yi Xian smiled. Although he did not know who came up with this brainless idea, Yi Xian could only say that only a pig could think of such a method. "Okay, I understand. That's it." Kuan Buyu stood up and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. "What else can I do? Can I not let those people not challenge me? The Kunlun list and Kun list challenges are public challenges in the Kunlun realm. Can I refuse?" "Why can't you refuse? This time, the Li family is making a move. I'm afraid the judges have already been bribed. If you accept the challenge, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died." Kuan Buyu seemed a little agitated. It was unknown whether she was worried for Yi Xian or angry at the Li family's actions. But no matter what, Kuan Buyu had good intentions. Yi Xian smiled and said to Kuan Buyu, "The Li family wants to scheme against me? Then why should I scheme against them? Starting tomorrow, I will challenge the Kun list again. Chapter 23:31. However, Yi Xian's plan was feasible. The Kunlun realm was not the Li family's Kunlun realm. Even if he could bribe one or two elders, could he bribe all of the Kunlun realm's elders? If Yi Xian took the initiative to challenge them, all of the Li family's arrangements would be ruined. 1357924? 6810 GGGGGD. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had the strength to challenge them. Did you have a breakthrough? Kun Buyu asked Yi Xian. Yes. I just broke through to second-rank Divine Lord. Yi Xian nodded. Kun Buyu blinked. He suddenly realized that asking Yi Xian about his cultivation level was just asking for humiliation. This guy's cultivation speed was unimaginably fast. After Kun Buyu and Miyu left, Yi Xian went to sign up. The Li family may be arrogant now, but one day, Yi Xian will uproot them. Yi Xian was going to challenge them again. The news spread like wildfire. No one dared to underestimate Yi Xian now. Many people still remembered how Yi Xian defeated several opponents in a row last time. Who would have thought that not long after, Yi Xian would actually start another challenge? He wondered who was the unlucky one this time. However, when the final news was announced, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This was because this time, Yi Xian had actually jumped 1,000 ranks and directly challenged Li Mo. Li Mo was the 13th young master of the Li family. Whether it was his status or cultivation, he was definitely not to be underestimated. The only reason he had been hovering around the top 9,000 was that he was going to challenge the first place on the Luan rankings. Although no one knew if he was that strong, one thing was for sure. This guy was hiding his strength. At the very least, he would have no problem entering the top 100 of the Luan rankings. What right did Yi Xian have? He was just a newcomer. How long had he been in the Kunlun realm? How could he challenge Li Mo in one go? It had been many years since someone had challenged Li Mo. Was it 100 years? Or 1,000 years? No one knew what Li Mo's current cultivation was, or how strong he was. However, someone wanted to challenge Li Mo today. If it was any other ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. But the key was that the person who challenged Li Mo this time wasn't ordinary. He was Yi Xian. He was Yi Xian, who was in the limelight among the Kunlun newcomers. There were even some people who came to the spectator seats 2 days before the start of the competition because they were afraid that there would be no seats left if they were late. On the day of the competition, a total of 150,000 people were squeezed into the spectator seats that could only hold 100,000 people. This time, no one dared to place a bet because no one could guarantee anything for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was someone who could create miracles. On this day, countless people gathered around the arena space. Everyone was guessing who would win this battle. Li Mo arrived at the arena early in the morning. How could he not know about the enmity between the Li family and Yi Xian? In fact, Li Mo not only knew the young master of the Li family that Yi Xian had killed, but he also had a good relationship with him. Therefore, this time, Li Mo had already made up his mind to teach Yi Xian an unforgettable lesson. However, while Li Mo arrived early, Yi Xian didn't come at all. As the start of the competition approached, some people began to suspect that Yi Xian was too timid to come. Speaking of which, although Yi Xian is considered powerful, he is still a newcomer. The last time he challenged the Luan role, he was only at the True God realm. Young Master Li Mo is a Divine Lord realm expert. Could it be that Yi Xian doesn't dare to come? It shouldn't be possible. The last time Yi Xian challenged, he defeated several challengers in a row. He doesn't seem like a timid person. That day, his words about who else is still fresh in many people's minds. Not necessarily. Perhaps Yi Xian knows that his opponent this time is at the Divine Lord realm, so he's afraid. There was a flurry of discussion. There were countless guesses as to why Yi Xian had not arrived. But in fact, Yi Xian was just too lazy to waste time before the competition began. Look, he's here. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on one person. Who else could this person be but Yi Xian? They saw Yi Xian stroll into the arena space. He actually did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. That's not right. Look at his cultivation. He has already broken through to the Divine Lord realm. How is this possible? How long has it been? He grasped the power of laws? How is this possible? However, a divine lord realm was a divine lord realm. This could not be faked. The moment Yi Xian walked in, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. With his divine lord realm cultivation, he shocked the entire audience. Perhaps the divine lord realm was nothing. In the Kunlun realm, there were many people whose cultivation surpassed or was equal to the divine lord realm. However, the key was Yi Xian's cultivation speed. How long had it been? He actually advanced to the divine lord realm. Can't be, right? This Yi Xian actually advanced to the divine lord realm. One has to know that the divine lord realm is a major barrier. Who knows how many people are stuck at the peak of the true God realm, unable to advance at all. Furthermore, the divine lord realm requires one to grasp the power of laws. Combat strength is increased several times. Yeah, the power of laws. He actually grasped the power of laws. How is this possible? There are only 6 places in the Kunlun realm to comprehend laws. Each law's power, unless one obtains a special lucky chance or an elder's inheritance. Otherwise, wanting to obtain the power of laws is incomparably difficult. Why can Yi Xian obtain it? The people discussed animatedly. Many people found it hard to accept that Yi Xian advanced to the divine lord realm so quickly. To them, this was simply unbelievable. The divine lord realm was also known as the master divine lord realm. This meant that Yi Xian was already a master god. However, this was the truth. Yi Xian walked forward step by step, leaving behind countless discussions behind him. Finally, Yi Xian stood in the arena space. Kid, you're Yi Xian? Liemo looked at Yi Xian indifferently. Although he was surprised by Yi Xian's advancement speed, he would not be